Distinguished guests, to ensure smooth progress of today's ceremony, we kindly request your cooperation to turn off your mobile phone or set them to silent mode. Furthermore, we would appreciate if the guests could minimize movement in and out of the hall while the event is in session. Your kind cooperation is highly appreciated. Thank you. Distinguished guests, may I invite everyone to please rise as we honor the national anthem Negaraku and Wawasan Setia Warga UiTM.
Bersatu kita warga UiTM, kita bangsa perkasa, taat dan setiaku untuk negara, penuh semangat wajar. Kita jangan mudah terlupa pengorbanan perjuangan anak bangsa.
Please be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. Salam Malaysia Madani and salam UiTM di hatiku. The Honorable Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Raymond Azman Ali, Chairman of UiTM Research Ethics Committee, Engineer Dr. Engineer Amizun Azizan, Head of and Publication Unit, RMC, Associate Professor Dr. Kasno Abdul Malik, Research Ethics Coordinator, Research Management Center, RMC, Chairperson of UiTM Research Review Committees, ERC, Deputy Chairperson of the Research Ethics Committee, and the Ethics Review Committees, Head of Departments, distinguished guests, invited speakers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of organizers, we would like to express welcome to the UiTM Research Ethics Symposium, RES 2026. First and foremost, we offer our gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most gracious and most merciful, by His grace and blessings that we are able to gather for today's program. For your information, the objective of this program is to emphasize the importance of research ethics. This is essential in ensuring that all research conducted is of the highest quality, performed responsibly, and delivers positive impact. Furthermore, this symposium aligns with UiTM strategic goals, including the advancement of academic and research excellence, as we strive towards our aspiration of becoming a premier university driving professional Bumiputra this year. Please be informed that today's program is also being broadcast live across the UiTM via the official YouTube channel of the Department of Research and Innovation. To invoke blessing upon our gathering today, the ceremony respectfully invites Encik Muhammad Zulfikar for the recitation of Doa.
Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, kami memanjatkan kesyukuran atas keizinanmu untuk kami berhimpun di majlis UiTM Research Ethics Symposium RES 2026 ini. Limpahilah majlis ini dengan rahmatmu dan permudahkanlah kelancarannya dari awal hingga ke akhir. Ya Allah, Ya Alim, Ya Hakim, jadikanlah simposium ini sebagai wacana ilmu yang bermanfaat. Kurniakanlah kami kefahaman dan kesedaran yang tinggi dalam memelihara etika, ketulusan dan integriti penyelidikan. Pandulah kami agar sentiasa menghasilkan kajian berimpak tinggi yang memberi manfaat kepada masyarakat, agama dan negara. Ya Allah, berkatilah iltizam seluruh warga UiTM dalam menerajui kecemerlangan akademik. Jadikanlah perhimpunan kami ini sebagai perhimpunan yang Engkau rahmati dan perpisahan kami selepas ini sebagai perpisahan yang Engkau pelihara. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, Encik Muhammad Zulfikar, for the solemn prayer recitation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to official commence our program, let us draw our attention to the screen for an montage video and special message from Professor Datuk Technologist Dr. 𝐒𝐭𝐡𝐢𝐜𝐬𝐤, Vice Chancellor of UiTM, as well as Professor Technologist Dr. Noraza Abdul Rahman, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation. With great pleasure, we present the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera.
Salam Madani, salam UiTM di hatiku.
Allow me to begin with a verse from Surah Al-Nahl, Surah 16, verse 90. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna Allaha ya'muru bil adl wal ihsan wa ita'i zil qurba wa yanha 'anil fahsya'i wal munkari wal baghi ya'izukum la'allakum tazakkarun. Indeed, Allah commands justice, grace, as well as generosity to close relative. He forbids indecency, wickedness, and oppression. Instruct you, so perhaps you will be mindful.
Let's reflect. Do we advance human knowledge even at the expense of our humanity? Ever wonder whether we may have transgressed any ethical conduct? How do we know exactly?
The following verse from the Holy Quran states, "And do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge, Indeed, the hearing, the sight, and the heart, all of these are accountable.
Have we learned enough about the importance of ethics? Ever wonder how ethics work in UiTM? And ultimately, why do we need research ethics approval?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint RPTM 2026-2035 outlined a new direction for the country's higher education based on human values, well-being, and sustainability to produce knowledgeable, ethical, and globally competitive individuals. Universiti Teknologi MARA UiTM, as one of the key playmakers, must not only function as an economic driver but also shape responsible individuals and societies. Research ethics is a core aspect of every intellectual endeavor that seeks to improve a better society, with the ambition of propelling UiTM as the leading university in driving the transformation of professional Bumiputras for national prosperity as embodied in the UiTM's 2030 vision. Firstly, we must be ready to make a profound transformation in our ethical paradigm.
Research Ethics Symposium, RES, is an essential rite of passage for all of us to undertake annually in order to learn everything there is about UiTM research ethics, and most importantly, what's new. Oftentimes, ethics approval is being overlooked and sidelined in the pursuit of the research, but it should never be compromised, for it is the very foundation of the UiTM research DNA. RES is an important training platform conducted by the Research Ethics Committee, REC, unravel the complexity of the UiTM research ethics ecosystem and to make us better understand our relationship with the REC. This year, RES26 will revolve around a newly minted UiTM Research Ethics Axiom, which is called ETHIC, that translates to
Being aware of current research ethics, principles and governance.
transformative ethical paradigm.
T for timely research ethics application, approval, amendment, and report.
Accountable for research and research subject.
And C for contributing towards upholding exemplary research ethics standards and
Kindness in both conduct and research, especially towards the community.
it is my greatest hope that through such initiative, we embody research ethics in its completeness and truest form. Rather than merely to advance our own careers, we should aspire to be the ones who prioritize the well-being of humanity and the integrity of the truth above all else.
Therefore, I humbly request that everyone give their full attention throughout the event, as it will greatly benefit both us personally and UiTM as a whole. Please ask questions, participate in meaningful discussions, and register as an associate member of REC. I encourage you to seize this opportunity and make the most of it.
To conclude, I share with you a profound hadith narrated by Al-Bahaki. Indeed, Allah loves it when any of you undertake a task, they complete it with excellence. And may you enjoy and benefit abundantly from the sessions at RES 2026. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Do enjoy the sessions.
We welcome our chairman of UiTM Research Ethics Committee, Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Raymond Azman Ali, for his opening speech to the RES 2026. Without further ado, we welcome Datuk.
Thank you, Saudara Amal. The executive management of UiTM, deans, heads of departments, Datuk, Datin, professors, doctors, our distinguished speakers. Can you hear me? Members of the Research Ethics Committee and ethics research committees, respected ladies and gentlemen who are either present in the hall physically, watching online, wherever you are, and various PTJs across the country or watching from home and so on. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning. Alhamdulillah, first and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His grace and blessings. We are able to gather here today for the UiTM Research Ethics Symposium 2026. I would like to take a moment on behalf of the REC to express our profound gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dato Technologist Dr. Sharin bin Sahib, alias Shahibuddin, and our Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation, Professor Technologist Dr. Nur Azza Abdul Rahman. Despite their demanding schedules, they made it a priority to be part of today's event by dedicating time to record their special remarks. I thought it was well done, the montage. As we saw in the opening montage video, their continuous support is instrumental in elevating our standards, inspiring us to prioritize the well-being of humanity and maintain the utmost integrity in research ethics. I thank the Research and Innovation Department, JPI, and the Research Management Center, RMC, for their unwavering dedication and support, especially with our newly enriched operational, strategic, and training vision of REC in empowering research in UiTM. We do this every year, yeah? We try to have this RES every year because things keep changing, yeah? Dia dulu tak ada internet, sekarang dah ada, so people, ni ada plagiarism law. And now the AI, everything is published through AI or ChatGPT, so we are continuously looking at this. And more recently, we're getting complaints about publication dispute, yeah? Who should be first author and so on. Pening kepala. Okay. Last but not least, I wish to extend my heartiest thanks to the organizers and collaborators, the Secretariat of REC led by 2 secretaries, thank you very much, who have worked very hard, yet tirelessly, to coordinate this massive annual training. The Research Communication and Visibility Unit, UKKP, JPI, together with all the campuses, faculties, and even centers of excellence for their dedication and hard work in making this live broadcast of this hybrid event a success. To those of you watching this live from the various 50+ live broadcast venues all over the nation, your collective effort is admirable, setting a great example to the rest. So with the recitation of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like to take this opportunity to officiate this UiTM Research Ethics Symposium 2026. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond, for the opening speech. May our symposium become the precursor for research and enculturation in UiTM. Next, we would like to invite all guests and participants to stand in the middle of the hall for a group photo session. Before the lecture begins, we would like to inform you that if you have any questions for our speakers, feel free to use the microphones provided on the left side of the hall. For our online participants, you may post your questions in the comment section, and our secretariat will read them out on your behalf. Without further ado, let us proceed with our first lecture of the day. With great honors, we invite Emeritus Professor Dato Dr. Raymond Azman Ali, Chairman of the UiTM Research Ethics Committee, to deliver his lecture titled The Wisdom of Research Ethics.
Oh, straight away. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. Ini dia PowerPoint. Ada punya conclusion ni. Conclusion. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Right. Right. So thank you again, Amal, for the introduction. So this year, a bit of change in the title, but some of you may have heard this before. But I said earlier in the opening speech that we have to update our knowledge and also expertise, in becoming research ethics committee members or associate members or even researchers. Ethics is so important, which I'll show you in this talk. So what I'm going to do in this talk is to basically cover these three things. Firstly is the background of research ethics. Yep. So starting from way back BC, before Christ, and until today, how has it evolved, and as well as establishment of Research Ethics Committee in Malaysia, how it started. So I'm in one of those who were in transition where I did my master's research without ethics approval. So bad. Okay, so that's some time ago. And then secondly, we'll cover about, this is about the ecosystem, the relationship between the researchers, all of you, all of us, myself included, the participants and the REC, as well as some agencies, very important to note the relationship between these three things. Sometimes we forget about the agencies, which we'll come to later. And lastly, this part about etiquette of the researcher is all about how to be a responsible, dynamic, caring researcher. And as the VC said, I like the hadith and the Quran because it's so important to recognize participants as humans and not just subjects or material, like material and methods. So we say they are just material. Sometimes we forget that. I think the bottom line, if I were to teach a student how to be a good researcher, is regard all participants like your father and mother. You don't want it to, anything, no harm to come to them. Okay. So this is just a bit of history. You all know about Aristotle and what he said. It's okay, but I thought this one is more important. Ibnu, at least pronounced Ibnu al-Haytham, Haytham, yeah. And he said that if learning the truth, is the goal of the scientist, then he or she must make himself or herself the enemy of all that he reads. So don't trust anything you read. You ask always why, how, So that's evolving. See, we question why things happen, and when we read. Lagi-lagi lah today, because of social media, my relatives keep sending me all kinds of articles about this drug, that drug, this herb, that herb, this practice, and so on. So that's why we need research. Then more recently, not so a few hundred years ago or so, is the father of empiricism and father of modern science, who says that knowledge is power. Okay. Yeah, scientists do wonders. But there's a dark side of this. So again, I'm sure some of you have seen this before. It's a snapshot of various things doctors have done, or researchers in general have done to harm humans when they do research. So this Nazi human experiment, without any consent at all, And these were mainly people, the Jews in the concentration camps, yeah, taking advantage. You like it or not, they still need ethics research. Yeah. Even prisoners, is probably the most vulnerable group. You take advantage. The research has been done on prisoners, diabetic control in prisoners, for instance. You still need ethics approval and so on, because they are very vulnerable group, especially the concentration camp vulnerable group. This doctor in the top, not the doctor, this must be in court, yeah, to show the scars on a patient, where I don't know what they did, but scars obviously shouldn't happen, yeah, in a patient undergoing research. So this is back in the World Wars, yeah, Nazi time, when Hitler was the culprit then, yeah. And then this is the Tuskegee syphilis experiment. Some of you may know this, the black sharecroppers. So these were cotton fields, and these African Americans or Negroes they'll take the cotton and harvest them. And so a group of them were taken, a cohort of them, and followed up. And at the start of the study, they were injected with syphilis, purposely injected. Tak ada penyakit lagi ni. They injected with syphilis. And then observed for how they died. You know what I mean? So that's why the textbook nowadays, medical students will know primary, secondary, tertiary syphilis, the stages. So tertiary is when it attacks the brain and so on, and then you get dementia, right? So this is very bad, So you follow up a patient so that they can write the textbook. What happens if you are not treated? We won't do that today, yeah? Give AIDS, and then see how they die from AIDS. Okay, so this is very, very bad. And this very recently, in 1974 or something like that, you took this from my slides before, right? I can't remember the year now. But this is this Allen Roach tragedy. Johns Hopkins Hospital, one of the most famous hospitals where research ethics should be exemplary. They use a unregistered drug for asthma, not registered yet, So, and of course, she had very severe complications of lung disease. And so this is not good, yeah? So we don't do these things. So even though this Declaration of Helsinki existed before that, people are still doing things unethically, even to this day. Yeah? I think Isham, and he knows so much, he's been the longest, I think. Before me, he existed here. And also, Dr. Khasno and so on. So they know all kinds of stories, yeah, where we find people doing things unethically. Not good. Okay. Scientists are probably the most dangerous people in the world in terms of human welfare. So what is ethics? This is, just the literal translation is a person's moral principles or values, yeah. And it's very based on your culture and religion. Maybe here, it's, the fatwa is something, but maybe in Papua New Guinea it's different. So we have to respect these moral values of the society as well. And the purpose is to guide a person's actions and decisions. There must be some guide. And you can apply it to both personal and professional life. Yeah? So examples of ethics is being honest, being fair, responsible, and treating others with respect. Yeah? So this is the evolution of research ethics. Sorry, this is a bit boring, but I think this knowledge is important for you to know that the first one was this Nuremberg Code. This was shortly after that, the Nazi experiment, yeah, where this was developed to protect humans. So this is too close to me. Boleh buka tak? Tak, boleh. So they established voluntary informed consent, tapi non-negotiable. Okay. And then in 1948, 2 years later, the International Codes of Medical Ethics was formalized. And then only 1964, I think most of you not born yet still, but that's when the Declaration of Helsinki was made. Yeah? So those of you sitting for the GCP course, exam, the good clinical practice, you better memorize this, 1964, where a global gold standard for human research ethics was established. So finally, there's one international thing that everybody agrees. But despite that, there more things came out. Yeah, for example, the Belmont Report and journal rules. Yeah, so introduced core principles, respect, beneficence, justice, and journals refused would refuse to publish unethical studies. If you can't show evidence that you have ethics approval, they won't publish it. Yeah? I will say this now, but I'll repeat later. We cannot give retrospective approval. You know, alah tak apply lah. Tapi journal minta ethics approval daripada ni ethics committee. So to write letter to Dr. Khasno, boleh tak tolong bagi ethics code? Tak boleh lah. Kan, the ethics approval must start before you collect data. Nak publish baru nak minta. This is happening until today. Betul lah Dr. Khasno? Because sorry, I don't know. We'll come back to what I don't know later. Okay. And then 1980s, rules of research ethics committees were established. So this is including Malaysia, yeah, where IRBs or institutional review boards. This is interchangeable. Right? We call it REC. Some people call it IRB, institutional review board, and some call it IEC, independent ethics committee. It's all the same. Yeah? So some will say IEC/IRB. Okay. So but in Malaysia, it's usually REC. Throughout the country. Okay, this is the history of the ethics committees in Malaysia. Yeah? So in the 1970s, Universiti Malaya established a medical ethics subcommittee under the Medical Advisory Committee of University Hospital. At that time it's called UH. That line of command pun salah actually, but that was that time. Yeah. In fact, when I was Deputy Dean of Research in UKM, I was the ethics chairman, which is so wrong. Tak boleh. Yeah? And then USM in 1987 followed suit. Yeah? And then only the Ministry of Health, which today is still MREC, the Medical Research Ethics Committee, although the word medical is there, which we don't like, because not all of you are from medical faculty, kan? So, tak aci lah. So we don't put medical there. Yeah, but Ministry of Health boleh lah, sebab jangan semua medical. But we have here paramedics, we have health sciences, social sciences, so we look after everyone. Like all universities will do that. And in the 2010s, so lah, ini ada kesilapan sikit. Ada nampak tak logo UKM? Ada 2 kali logo UKM tu. Bukanlah hebat sangat, tapi ada 2 kali. So actually, I can tell you UKM because I was chairman then in 2002. UKM Research Ethics, so it was much earlier, because there was a letter circulated by the DG of Health then, KPK, Ketua Pengarah Kesihatan, Tan Sri Ismail American. He wrote very strict letter to all the deans, the medical deans. Please start, establishing a research ethics committee. Maybe a few years before that, I became, because it took a while to discuss who should be in the committee, who should be chairman, and so on. And we still got it wrong. Yeah, because obviously the dean cannot be. The first was the dean, and then it changed to deputy dean. Also wrong. Yeah, I don't know anyone can cover that. Tak ada kan? About who can be chairman and so on. But it should be totally independent. Yeah, a senior professor, or associate professor, boleh, but cannot be what we call in what do you call that? Line. Cannot be where you, if you are the chairman, you also the person going to assess for promotion for the researchers. So kalau deputy vice chancellor tak boleh lah. Eventually kan dia committee masa nak interview professor, so professor dia ada kan. Oh, kau yang buat research tak etik itu So tak boleh macam tu because it's not right. Okay. So you can see all the logos there, including UPM and so on. All that came later. Yeah. Okay. Those yang tak ada university yang tak ada hospital or medical faculty, they want to do research. They have some of them which is tompang lah. Either MOH, they have to get some approval. So that's what they do. Yeah. Okay. So this just to reflect, this glass of water will come back again and again about the misguided atrocities and the avoidable tragedies. Yeah. Okay, this is the ecosystem. So I don't want to put REC in the center, but all of us here are the researchers. I think about the same staff and students, but the student does the research, and he or she is the PI. Okay, so they apply. This particularly for the postgraduate students, they have to present at the REC kalau required, and they should put the name as the PI. But obviously, the supervisor's role is very important here. So they their main responsibility is to the participants. I'll come back to the terminology participants. We're not going to use the word subjects anymore. Okay, it's wrong actually. Worse still, you put there patients. Cannot. It's even worse. So so this interaction is very important. It's two ways. Yeah, and then we as researchers, we interact with the REC both ways. Yeah, so you submit for review, then we approval, and then you have to submit a report, annual report, and so on. Yeah. So especially for clinical trials, because the auditor will come from NPRA, Ministry of Health, and we are in trouble if we don't have this all in documented. And if you look at the bottom, yeah, the authorities, so certain public sectors, Ministry of Higher Education, you do studies in schools, Ministry of Higher Education, university students in a different university, private agencies, even involving some private company or NGOs. So this, you must know the rules and regulations that they impose. So we also will tell you, have you obtained a permission to do research in hospital orang asli, from the pengarah? You can't simply go into the houses and, so because they're looking at patients' diabetic controls and say. So the hospital pengarah needs to know, or the state pengarah, somebody needs to know, and you need to know how to get that approval. So these are not ethics, but the importance approval of the authority of that community, yeah, to that community. Okay, so I'm going to perception of the ethics committee. This again to do with the ecosystem. When the ethics committee works collaboratively with all of us here, in a spirit of mutual understanding, researchers characterize REC with highly positive language, constructive, collaborative, incredibly hardworking. You say, bagus, because we help you. In a way, REC is taking responsibility with you. We are sharing responsibility if anything goes wrong. So, and then where the ethics committee appears to be closed and judgmental, functioning without collaboration or shared core values, researchers describe them as bureaucratic, demoralizing, and unhelpful. Yeah. So we are trying our best. That's why when we select REC members, Dr. Hasno will ask me, shall we continue this person? Because if that person appears to be destructive rather than constructive, I say, comment je, your study is useless really. So, saya pun pening kepala. We try to help to improve the proposal, yeah, not destroy it, however bad it is. Yeah, because you all have supervisors and you are supervising students, so it has to be good. Okay, all right. What's happening now? Macam jam sikit lah. Dia tak boleh kan? Kenapa ya? Dah habis masa ke? Ni macam tak boleh. Ya? Stuck. Kena keluar balik. Kenapa ya? Itulah alamak. Alamak. Kenapa ya? Kena keluar dulu sekejap. Not me, I didn't do anything. So keluar balik lah. Okay, ada, okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Itu lagi sana. Okay, thank you. Yep. Next one. So ni sekarang boleh lah. Okay. Alright. Okay. So these are the fundamentals of human research ethics. Yeah? So, by the way, we're going to talk about humans only. So, it's about humanization versus dehumanization. This means we treat the participants more than just a creature. They have values. They have. We respect them. We give feedback. They give feedback. There's nothing. There's nothing as a bad feedback. We respect that like our parents, our brothers and sisters. We have to do that. Then number two, researchers are fully dependent on participants and ethics committee and not the other way around. Yeah, the participants don't care. We don't need you. So they're really volunteering their life basically for you. So this is important. Yeah. Number three, I keep saying this in my talks. When I first became chairman last time in 2002, it is not scientific. If it is not scientific, it is not ethical. Yeah. Why not? But it doesn't have to be science, or pure science. It can be social science, yeah. Like, why do it? No? Why do this research? So that's a question. No? So remember Aristotle and so on. So what? So my supervisor used to say when I did my doctorate, so Raymond, why you're collecting stamps or what? So when you do research collecting data, there must be a reason for that. The analysis, there's been an output that is scientific. But usually we don't have a problem with that because you have passed the faculty level, department level and so on. So usually there's not a big problem. Rarely. Tapi ada. Ethics approval is an independent assessment, not a personal claim. So we do this collectively. So if you all get the letter, you will see that who were present at the meeting. You will know if you presented it. It is not any personal vendetta against you and so on. So it is a independent assessment. That's why we have external members who have nothing to do with UiTM and external members who are non-scientific at all. So I'd like an ustad to be in the committee, if possible, a lawyer, Yeah, because it was very important to have such people. A retired teacher, they are a conduit to the community. We only think about our priorities like how to get promoted to professor and so on. Prior ethics approval is mandatory. This is the second time I'm mentioning it. You cannot give retrospective approval. Ignorance, this is the one yang aku tak tahulah kena minta ethics approval. Ignorance is the ultimate unacceptable excuse. Tak boleh lah. You are an academician, lecturer, I didn't know that you need ethics approval. Kena tahulah. But it happens. That's why we go around and do road shows and make sure that ethics is, at the faculty level. I think Prof. Noziatun baru habis satu kan dekat one ethics. Make sure that each faculty, campus semua ada buat the proper way, of giving approval or exemptions or minor, more than minimal risk and so on. These things are done properly. So this audit just started. We started bila? Last year ke the year before? 2024 baru kan started, yeah. Because so we have to do this because we think that when we delegate subcon lah kepada faculty, everything is sweet and rosy and sweet. But actually, when you do audit, ada je some areas of concern. What do you call it? Non-compliance. Macam kita buat audit ISO tu lah. So this is we have to check and balance. And I think the faculties appreciate this that we come and check on them. Tak ada so far negative feedback from faculties. Okay, so approval universality versus institutional compliance. We think kalau kita dah fulfill everything in the GCP or with the Declaration of Helsinki, consent form dah ada, participant information sheet dah cantik, mudah faham. Tetapi we have to respect that if you do a multi-center study you buat dengan USM, you have to respect their own punya rules and regulations as well. Okay, so it is not just universal. I follow everything, Prof. I'm not like the Nazis, I've done everything correct. But we have to check with that institution. Betul So some for the medical faculty, often we have to submit to the NMMR, the national one, because of drug trials and so on. They have to register this. It's a requirement. So kalau they find out we didn't, nanti kena something tindakan lah. Okay, so ni ambil gambar saya ni. Okay, so researchers and ethics committee, is the research ethics committee a friend or foe? So nampak macam baik ataupun nampak macam jahat. So as I said, ethics application is a shared endeavor. We help each other, so we share the responsibility to take the blame, if you like, and responsible for the safety and well-being of the participant until completion of the study, and often beyond that, especially drug trials. There's a follow-up, of course, side effects and so on. And this can be many reasons why we do this. So communication is important to what's friend and foe, and clear systems and a culture of respectful mutual learning. I learn a lot as chairman when you all present and I read the proposals. We learn a lot, Kasno. So Dr. Kasno and myself, Hisham, we do every the 2 Fridays before the meeting, she will show me all the more than minimal risk, yeah. And then we downgrade a lot because tak payah present pun kan, because some of them are questionnaire based, and the reason they put more than minimal risk sebab the participants are vulnerable, school children, orang asli, prisoners, things like that, psychiatric patients and so on. So we discuss. REC as a friend, yeah. So we supposed to be an advisor, a mentor, and you learn a lot from the comments of the non-scientific members actually. Kadang-kadang the ustaz or Puan Sufina, ya, yang jual kopi, apa, dia businesswoman je. Tapi kan they raise issues I never thought of, never thought of that because she represents the public and we as lecturers, academics cannot see her point initially. Oh betul juga dia cakap ni. So because of her comments, we asked the researcher to improve certain statements. The participant information sheet is not clear, dia cakap. And baca betul lah tak clear. To me kan kalau nak the participant information sheet betul-betul cantik, you give it, I said give it to your mother-in-law. I don't know why I always say mother-in-law. To read tau. Mak faham tak? Aku tak faham apa benda kau cakap ni. Kalau dia tak faham, it's not an information sheet. Where did I get that? Okay, anyway. So we actually assist in strengthening the caliber of the research so that you can publish, eventually. Yeah, publication kita tak cover kan, tapi I spoke about, alluded to publication policy. I think if it's at the start kan, by you all buat publication policy, everybody sign. Kalau ada PhD student, he or she should be the first author. Dia akan tulis kan. Ada je, lecturer tukar tau. Dia jadi first, second is a PhD student. Mana boleh macam tu? I kena dulu, when I did my masters. My supervisor tukar. Dia first, masa tu tak ada Research Ethics Committee, in 1980s kan. Oh geram betul. Dia nak jadi profesor. So okay, so this is important. Then siapa last? Usually the corresponding author will be the supervisor, things like that. My supervisor will say the first and last name the most important. He never sees the first, second, the in between tak tengok. So, this one is Prof. Nauziatun. Oh mesti bagus ni paper ni. So because we know she's at the end. Okay. Act as a protective barrier. It's about the same study. Shared responsibility. Prevent ethical problems, of course. We veto unethical research, right? Which is fine. Again, you're not trying to destroy your project completely, but you can do things unethically. Ensure participants' needs are met, yeah? And certain groups are not over-researched, yeah? I'm talking about sample size. I've mentioned earlier some of the symposia earlier, where if your sample size is 120, you don't say, I'm going to collect at least 120. Cannot say at least. Because when you say at least, you can, I don't know, you might take 1,200 because you say at least. You must say for the medical people yang buat clinical trials 120 plus the dropouts, 20%, then you put. That is your exact number. Jangan cakap about 120. My sample size is 120. So that's why researching more than required is unethical. Those extra 1,000 patients is unethical. Doing research less than a sample size is unscientific. You won't get the results. Okay, so that's important. Sample size very important to look at. Okay. Okay, spirit of mutual understanding. I think we've said enough about that. And we are here. The REC is how can I help you rather than what's wrong with your research approach. Yeah. Okay. So back to this glass. Yeah. We're trying to see. What is the how and why of these misguided atrocities, and can we avoid these tragedies? Yeah. So balancing obligations. Yeah. As all of us, especially now with MARA and ranking universities, kan, I'm sure you'll rasa again that KPI is increasing. Kan? A professor is going to publish 5-7 papers depending on what grade you are every year. Kan? Jadi profesor bukan senang sekarang kat UiTM. Prof Sami kan, Prof Sami profesor ni bukan senang. So kan, we want to kejar papers, kan, and all this whatever, and then patients must punya rights kena respect. So don't forget, more important are the participants rather than the promotion actually. But it's a balance, I don't do this, I cannot get promoted. Yeah? This for medical lah, those young participants, very important humans. Then the animal studies, the preclinical, important, and all of you yang buat human research, all must be treated with respect. Yeah? Okay, I just repeat what the VC and the deputy VC said. Yeah, so just to expand a bit. So A2, this attack the UiTM Research Ethics Symposium created by REC, the two secretaries, basically discussed. They didn't discuss with me. It's okay. Very, very innovative, yeah, which is good. So I'm trying to understand this as well. So A is the awareness of current research ethics, principle, and governance, what we're doing today, yeah. Now, transformative ethical paradigm, yeah. You know what this is? So if you look at this, you go Google it again. It started off with research on marginal groups or sideline groups, because about humanization again, treating them with respect, and also the word transform, if I read correctly, is you are a dynamic researcher. As you do the research, you learn from the participants, you know. I mean, I'm sure you'll realize this when you interview, okay, I learned something new. So, and then you adjust and adapt to that situation. And so that is what we call transformative ethical paradigm. It will come naturally, I think, if you are aware of, of the interaction between you and the participants. Timely research ethics application, you all know about this. Jangan lambat lah kan. It takes, because we have to, send to us, we have to send to the reviewer. Takkan you nak review malam ni kan? So we give 2 weeks 2 weeks for the reviewer to review. Okay. And then they ask to change, can make changes. So you change, kan hantar balik. And then some of them can pergi full board. But as I said, the full board presentations, I have reduced them tremendously with Hasno's help. We look and we say, tak payah present pun ni. So you dapat cepat sikit, right? So we try to do that. Because at the board tu can be nerve-wracking for the PhD student, kesian dia orang. So the supervisor tolong, tak boleh jawab soalan of the members, yeah, of the committee. Accountability, you all know what that means. Contribution to upholding exemplary research ethics standard. All of us researchers, we want to be exemplary to our students, to other universities, yeah, to make sure that we do it ethically. And kindness, of course, both in the conduct of research, especially towards the community, yeah, we do that. Okay, last slide, good. There's a difference between ethics and etiquette. So ethics are a set of values that guide a person's behavior, yeah, whether you're ethical or not. Whereas etiquette is a set of rules that govern how people interact with each other. It's basically, it's the cartoon down there, you see. So ethics is inside us. Etiquette is how people view us, etiquette. You all know etiquette kan? Kalau pergi majlis makan lah, official, kan? The etiquette. Sudu kat sini, dessert sudu sini, kan? All that thing. Lepas tu napkin susun macam ni, tak boleh tak, siku tak, meja tak boleh. That's all etiquette. How people look at you. But inside us is ethics. So sometimes we talk about the etiquette of ethics, So when you present to the ethics committee, we as the committee members have an etiquette. We have to respect the researchers, how we talk, the tone of voice, and so on. And the researchers pun cakap baik-baiklah. Jangan argue sampai macam nak lawan. Ada je jadi macam tu. Historically ada. Jadi Hasno belum datang je masa tu. Mungkin pernah dengar lah. But sampai gaduh, So tak nak lah. That's the etiquette of it. So doesn't give a good impression because we have external members kan. Tak nak lah gaduh masa meeting kan. So it's not nice to do that. Yeah. Okay, so the misguided atrocities, you have to look, me, myself, all of us, the avoidable tragedies, you must have this noble etiquette. Yeah? Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much. My time's up, I think. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I stay here. No. Huh? Oh, Q&A dulu. Ada Q&A? Okay. Any questions, even from the online? Boleh? Yeah. Any questions from the audience here first? Anything not clear? My talk is the easiest one to understand. I think. Nanti getting more difficult ni nanti. Ada soalan from online? Too early. Too early, that's right.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Raymond Azman Ali, for the insightful and enlightening lecture. We kindly request Datuk to remain on the stage to receive a token of appreciation. This ceremony invite Engineer Dr. Engineer Amizun Azizan to present the token of appreciation to our speakers. Thank you, Dr. And once again, our deepest thanks to Datuk Raymond for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed with our second lecture. The ceremony invites Associate Professor Dr. Hasno Abdul Malik, Research Ethics Coordinator of RMC, to deliver her lecture entitled Research Ethics Governance in UiTM.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And welcome to RES26, to all the audience here in Hasa 1, Audi 1, and also online. So it's always nerve-wracking time for me because I always have to give a talk right after a very prominent speaker, Prof. Raymond. So what I'm gonna do is that within this next few minutes, just gonna go through our summary of our research governance in UiTM, as well as some strategy to move forward. So I'm Hasnor. And this is the table of content of what I'm gonna present today. So would like to introduce our Research Ethics Committee to everyone here. So we have uploaded. This is our new improved website, which has been helped. We have an intern who came with us since last year. So Hanin has helped us to upgrade the website. And here we have uploaded major national and also international guidelines that govern our research in UiTM. I know it can easily be overwhelmed because so many information. I want to make it very simple for everyone today. Across all these manuals, there are one common thread that is more important than anything else. I would call it a three-way approval checklist. So to conduct research properly, we first, as highlighted by Dr. Raymond, is to get our ethics approval. That is our baseline clearance. Get it either at UiTM or anywhere else if you are conducting research elsewhere. And to get the approval from the institutions where the data will be collected or where the research will be conducted. And to also be aware of the local regulatory compliance with regards to specific laws or rules where the environment of the research going to take place. And I have a lot of paper here. The presentation, the MC tag, sorry. So the bottom line is the timing. We can't jump the line, the gun, so we have to allow time so that the ethics approval, institutional permission, we can get it before we start our data collection. So looking at our UiTM guidelines, there are quite a few of them. We translate the guideline based on the global standards we've seen earlier. And again, prior approval is strictly mandatory before data collection. And we are an independent review. So our ethics committee, REC, as well as ERC, reviews the your proposal objectively and independently, right? And the main thing is, at the heart of the ethic review is to protect participants as our primary goal. And in order to do that, the reviewer would need a comprehensively to comprehensively evaluate your proposal. Hence, we need enough information in your proposal with regards to objective, methodology, sample size. You want to see the informed consent, so the reviewer can collectively say that the research is safe to be done and the participant is safe. And because the stakes is so high, we expect absolute adherence to our ethical codes. And so the next one. So I think everyone is well versed now with the two entities of research ethics in UiTM. So we have the REC, Research Ethics Committee, or GEP, which is the main ethic board in UiTM. It is basically authorized by the NPRA, Ministry of Health Malaysia, National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency, MOH Malaysia. Because of that, we are being audited by them. And then we deal with applications for ethics approval from postgraduate with full research, staff and outside UiTM. And approval for more than minimum risk is only granted by REC, okay? So we are accountable, I mean, we are independent. We work independently, we give approval independently, but we are accountable to Research Management Center as well as JPI. So you will see this relationship later and how we report the findings. So similarly with ERC, ERC is a subsidiary of the REC. And because of that, REC is responsible to audit ERC to make sure that the processes and operational conduct is up to standard. So ERC is given a full authority to process and approve undergraduate as well as postgraduate by coursework to ensure a more efficient and faster review process. So that's the main thing. So you'll see it later with the numbers that all of us have handled in the last year. So approval for ERC is mainly for these applications and restricted to exemption and minimal risk only. Okay, let me introduce you to our REC. So our team is led by our Emeritus Professor, Dr. Raymond Azman Ali, who is our Senior Consultant in Neurology at Hospital Al Sultan Abdullah and also Faculty of Medicine. So he's a chair and he will make sure that the ethical review processes are conducted fairly and effectively, right? And he is supported by two ladies as a deputy chairperson. One more, tambah kalau ada tiga, will be like Charlie Angels, Prof. So we have Professor Dr. Salmi Razali, who is also a senior consultant in psychiatry at HASA and Faculty of Medicine. And yes, well, Prof. Salmi, maybe you want to stand so that the audience in the hall as well, you know, as a hybrid online can see you. Ini Prof. Salmi, okay? Introducing Prof. Salmi. And next, the second secretary is Associate Professor Dr. Nurziatun Ismail Khan, Prof. Silakan berdiri. She is also a specialist in corporate governance from Faculty of Accountancy, UiTM. And it's not all. So we have, in all, diverse and multidisciplinary mix of 24 research full board members, academicians, professionals from UiTM and outside of UiTM, including those from legals and also religious representative, as well from layperson who's from the community. So really diverse population members. And of course, so I'm gonna spend a bit more time on this. The backbone of REC is definitely this dedicated secretariat, who has been nothing but exceptional, I have to say. So I would like to introduce Encik Amal. Encik Amal, maybe you can stand. Introduce yourself. Sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So Encik Amal, Muhammad Amaluddin Fitri, he's in charge of clinical trials in UiTM. So we have clinical trials, industry-sponsored or investigator-initiated. And he is also the key liaison person to CRM. CRM is Clinical Research Malaysia and also to MPRA. And also he's renowned to all the research coordinator, clinical trial. So at the moment, he's handling around 100 in total, 105 clinical trials registered under UiTM. And monthly, he handles around 30 to 40 feedback of ongoing study that he has to submit to reviewer and then present to the monthly REC meeting. Thank you, Amal. So the next one I want to introduce is Nisa. So we have Cik Nisa Nabila. We could direct the camera to her. So she is the most important person in UiTM for all the research from postgraduate staff and also outside of UiTM, and she's the one who handle RED system. So manually, in a year, she would have received more than 1,200 applications, of which she would need to match 4 reviewers for each of this application, submit to the reviewers, and handle the review process and lead to the approval. So in a month, she handles around 95 to 100 approval application a month. Okay. On top of that, she is also responsible to look after our dear associate members for appointment and renewal. So at this point of time, we have around 552. Can you imagine the number of people who is very dynamic, right? You appoint and then resign, naik baru and so on. So that's Nisa Nabila. So our third EO is Puan Nurul Atirah Johar. She's behind there. She's looking after all the slides and so on. Thank you very much. She is a liaison person to 39 ERCs in UiTM. Thank you. And then also responsible to make sure that the establishment of the ERC followed the TOR and appoint and renew all the committee member in the RC, and she's also the key person who's been coordinating the ERC audit visits. So we do audit visits around 7 to 8 sites a year. And she handles more than minimal risk application submitted from ERC to our REC board. And also to our beloved clerks, Puan Ainul Fadilah, who is currently holding the fort at RMC, and also Cik Muhammad Zulfika, who help with the screening processes, does a lot of logistical arrangement as well, letters and documentation. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. So let's talk about application volumes, because the scale is incredible. So if you look back, you look at the bar here, the last bar in 2025, you will see that exactly why we need to talk about capacity. In combination, we have processed just under 8,000 applications last year. And this dark blue bar represent ERCs. Yeah, you guys have processed and given approval to almost 6,500 applications. while REC has given approval for just over 1,300. So our output actually rivals the national numbers. 2 years ago when I spoke to the secretary of MREC Malaysia, they handle 10,000 applications. So we are almost doing as much as the MREC, but at a university level. So looking ahead, we have to prepare ourselves for a major scale up. Datuk VC in his Amanat 2026 says that he clearly mandated to scale up universities' high impact research. So if you imagine, if we have 9,000 academicians ready to answer Datuk VC's call, we can easily expect a volume to double, reaching anywhere from 9,000 to 18,000 applications. So we need to be fully prepared to support this incoming momentum. So this slide shows you the current associate members. To support the growing volume, we must strategically scale up our pool of reviewer, which is associate members. This is where we are now. So we have 552 members, 284 from science and technology, and 268 from science social. They are actually our silent engine. They are the unsung hero. They keep on reviewing. No one knows who they are because we, NISA will keep it anonymous, kan? No one knows. But really, they are our unsung hero. But the current bottleneck at the moment is that our associate member representative is just 6.1% based on the total number of the 9,000 academicians that we have. Because the pool is very small, if a faculty have, say, 100 applications that year, your associate members will need to review 16 to 17 proposal a year. So this is quite taxing, it can be unsustainable. So the goal now is for us to together hit 10%. So in faculty, with the denominator of your academicians, let's try to increase your associate members to 10%. And then we want to profile someone who's very dedicated, responsive, and fast, because that's what we need. I mean, it helps a lot. Your faculty will be right in front if you have associate members who's very responsive. So by hitting this 10% target, we will drop the individual associate member burden from 17 to 10 proposal a year. Okay, so how are we going to enhance our review process together, REC and ERC? If we are honest, we're actually very good at what we're doing, actually, but we have been stuck in a bit of a tunnel vision because we've been so focused on the operational side, getting the reviews done, hitting the targets, occasionally tweaking the process lah. When things go wrong, we improve things, but it's very tunnel vision. And because ethics process can feel somehow a bit isolated, no one knows what we're doing, we haven't given enough attention to our own committee to have a strategic planning or decide on the training that is needed. Okay. So to shift this, just going to bring you guys to these 3 terminology terms: strategic, operational, and training. So this is what we are doing now. We're very diligent at it, very good at it. We execute the daily tasks, short-term and to reach the short-term objectives. So this is our internal, REC, ERCs. So ERC, some have fully online, some manual, but doesn't matter, it works, okay? And don't forget that in order to escalate this, we need to enhance on the training of the reviewers and also researchers, as well to strategically discuss how to reach and improve our operational and also training capability and capacity. Okay, so another thing is that when we need to go beyond just doing the process, our true goal is to mengculturalkan ethics into the DNA of each and every one of us as an academician, because when responsible ethics is naturally part of who we are, our DNA, our identity, the operational output, the training and so on and so forth that we want to do will become automatic. It frees up, we can be more innovative in a way as well, yeah? So we are going to build this foundation today because ethics, research ethics is really a bright light that seems to be dimming, and we don't want that to happen. So we will strategize. So here, I'm gonna show you, it's a bit heavy, but I'll show you. So this is the breakdown of a full scope of what the REC manages. So we have our daily operations. Well, they are very quiet. The secretariat are very quiet because they are busy doing work. So, and we have this monthly REC meetings. And we have accountability. Like I mentioned, we are accountable to RMC and also GPI. Although we are independent, but we report our work to RMC, JPP, and also 𝐤𝐭𝐡𝐢𝐜, right? The training bottleneck, we'll show you in a bit later the sort of training that we have laid down for the whole year. But there is a training bottleneck here because we are trying to invest training for all sort of researchers, yeah? From researchers, clinical trial, and so on and so forth. So we need help there. In this university of an immense size, right, our scheduled REC trainings like today, although comprehensive, but many academicians may miss due to their own unavailability for today, right? We try to put these sessions during the term break. Last year we did it during the term break, you know, but then a lot of lecturers are on leave pula. So this year, what we did is that we put it at the beginning of the term. So as the students comes in, we're just about to, you know, put in the momentum. People are all back at the university, but Faculty of Medicine terjejas pula, you know, because we have a remedial professional exam. So, so that's one of the challenges lah. One of the challenge. So with our limited REC secretariat, we simply cannot accommodate ad hoc or repeated training requests for the same core topics. So this is where we need to work together. Our strategic plea is to ERCs actually, to work together to take up this move and do it regionally. So we are looking at ERCs. So to conduct our own regular regional training and not to be dependent on REC, and you can directly support your academicians who missed today's sessions or need a refresher course perhaps, ensuring that our ethics ecosystem remains strong without exhausting our central sources. So if you look at the ERC governance breakdown, you'll see that it closely mirrors that of REC earlier. Here is how we can optimize the workflow. So daily operation and meetings, as usual, you manage the daily reviews, but you can be strategic with your meetings. You do not need to have a monthly meeting, but if you do need monthly, that's fine. Like Faculty of Medicine, they have monthly meeting, sometimes twice a month, but you can have a minimum of 2 meetings a year. The best practice is to handle the approval decision outside the meeting and just to report the findings in the meetings. So the ecosystem is that this is your reporting lines. So ERC reports to your JPN or GPF. So these are your colleagues lah, buddies. Make sure that you report everything in your ERC meeting to your JPN, also JPF or GPF. Yeah? So at the ERC level, consistency is everything. Reviewers at the PTJ and also the ERC levels need the exact same training to ensure that a standardized review is done prior to the proposal being sent to the ERC team. So ultimately, it will ease off the burden at the ethic boards, and it will expedite the process. So the regional solution is actually a big thing. Do not isolate, if you can, do not isolate your training just within your PTJ. We highly encourage that you network with your regional ERCs to collaborate and conduct the training together. So you can co-host training session And also it saves a lot of resources because you can rotate the anchor person. Now, appreciation. If you look closely at the slide earlier, you will notice that the appreciation and recognition fall entirely under the strategic column, right here. And celebrating our people is not just a nice, it's not just a nice thing to do, it's actually vital strategy to sustain ethics ecosystem. So these reviewers, secretariat, they are all our unsung heroes. They are working very hard in the background quietly, and we need to honor their work. So here we have successfully put in an appreciation for all the ERC who has completed your ERC audit as a yearly event. And soon there will be an Ethikathon, a training that we've done soon, and we will have an award ceremony for that. We are thinking about including some of the reviewers for Sanjung Sarjana, and this is what the plea is like. I mean, like there are so many more reviewers at the ERC level. Perhaps at PTJ level, you can create Hari Kecemerlangan Etika, for example, to celebrate the reviewer and also the secretariat. Okay, so kena buat apa? Oh, sini. Tak boleh nak slide. Ni memang slide macam ni dah tak ada. Oh, okay. So this is just showing you lah, wherever you are, either REC or ERC, we have our meetings. REC have monthly, ERC may have monthly, but minimal we suggest to have 2. But reporting has to be frequent. So we report to whoever you need to report to. Okay. And so for the audit plan, we see that we try to do our own internal audit for REC annually earlier, although most of the time we get it done here. And then we do around 7 to 8 audits a year. So this is where the audit will fall in. So you'll see that the whole 1 year timetable is already like fill up with this. And somewhere along the line in July, we will do an audit certification for last year's ERC who had completed their CAPA for the audit. So for the training, this is just like an idea, right? What we can work together, how we can work together. So the ERC is quite fixed. What we're doing now is that in a year, we will have event like this, RES, and then we've just introduced Ethikathon, which we will explain a bit later. And then this is research ethics workshop, mainly for the full board members, but it's open to the public for the morning session for the lectures. And also a clinical research colloquium. You see here that P, meaning that the purple is that it's open for public, but yellow meaning is more targeted. There is a special group that should attend this. And strategic training, our strategic place event would be at Ethikathon, which is happening soon. And also this is very important, research ethic workshops. You always have to think about issues, potential issues that you want to discuss during the workshop. So looking at the ERCs at this point of time, I know there's a lot of our ERC have been conducting your own training, which is very, very good. But it would be beneficial, I think, if the training can be grouped together so that other regional ERC can also join in, and you can actually outsource. You can rotate the anchoring the session, so you don't have to do it every year. And then in a way, when you do a regional workshop, you can focus on the reviewer training and as well as the researchers, and they can network between the different ERCs. And the other one that we are looking at is that monthly webinars. So if you see, there's alternating webinars as well as audit talk, webinar and audit talk. So between these two, we're just talking about webinar. It's just an hour webinar perhaps that a faculty or PTJ or ERC can anchor. So since we have 39 ERCs, so the chances is that we rotate every 6 years. So we do one webinar, everyone gets to do it and plan out for the whole of UiTM. So with that, so there's a lot of, this is like an idea moving forward, but in order to make it into a reality, we need to discuss this further. So I really would like to invite each and every representative from the PTJ and the ERC to our Ethicathon 2026, which most likely will take place maybe early June. We'll make the announcement. So this is a strategic meeting together with training. So hopefully after this we can finalize, get your input about the training strategies, and then to build REC and ERC training calendars fixed for the rest of the remaining years. That's it from me. Thank you very much. Open for questions. Maybe it's too early to. Yes, silakan.
Assalamualaikum, Doktor.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof.
Maybe just for improvement, because I saw the cluster is only science, technology, and science social. Maybe we can add another, because for arts and humanities, where for example, arts is include the faculty of music, faculty of art and design, and also the faculty of performing arts. So that consider under arts. And also humanities, it might be include the faculty of education, law, archives, and linguistic. So most probably it might be put into 3 cluster for REC.
Oh, you mean like breaking it into ST, SS, and also
Arts and human.
We'll think about that. At the moment, the arts is gathered
Because,
into the science social.
because in science social, in terms of the methodology is different with arts practice base. All right.
Points taken. Thank you very much, Prof.
Doktor, ada soalan daripada Dr. Mus from PGI HASA. I have questions regarding clinical registries. First, does an internal clinical registry within HASA require formal ethical approval of its protocol?
Sorry, internal registry for within
Within
HASA.
HASA.
Okay.
Require formal ethical approval of its protocol.
Okay, the registry is a totally different entity as compared to ethics approval. So registry is where you submit your research protocol, and normally within the registry they will ask for research approval. Okay, you can submit your registry first and not have your research approval yet, But once you have your research approval, you will need to submit it in your registry, because I think registry will be open to public domain, I guess, to look, right? It's the transparent information website. Is that helpful?
Ada second question from Dr. Mus. For external multi-centered clinical registries, is ethics approval necessary? My concern stems from the fact that patient data will be transferred outside of HASA, and the main PI will most likely publish the resulting observations at the conclusion of the registry study.
Okay, can you read out the question again? I'm trying to understand it.
For external multi-centered clinical registries, is ethics approval necessary? My concern stems from the fact that patient data will be transferred outside of HASA, and the main PI will most likely publish the resulting observation at the conclusion of the registry study.
Okay, yes. If in the multi-centered studies, typically you will need to gain ethics approval from the differing sites where the research takes place. So if you have like multiple centers at UiTM, you have 𝐤𝐭𝐡𝐢𝐜, USM and whatnot, so you must ask the institution to see whether the current ethics approval that you have gotten valid for the institution. If not, you will need to ask from that institution. And I think there's the issue about transfer of data, right? Well, belum. Yeah. So basically, with regards to approval, yes, you may need, most likely, if you are dealing with hospital data, you will need the hospital approval, ethics approval from that institutions. Anything to add, Prof? Maybe you can give the mic over to Prof. Thanks.
Assalamualaikum. Usually when you take data from registry, it's considered as secondary data. Secondary data, when the hospital, usually it goes under exemption. Yeah, we can categorize it for 3 categories. Later we can have our discussion, last presentation. So exemption, it require you to apply from ethics committee also. Yeah, because certain, most I think journals wants ethical numbers for you to publish your paper. So like Prof. Raymond mentioned, you don't ask retrospectively. Yeah, so if you are using registry, it is a secondary data. It's good if you can apply ethics approval, exam. Okay. Yes. Important things is that when you ask from the medical records or registry, make sure that you receive anonymized data. Yeah, that you cannot have the ability to trace back who's done to. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Salmi.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Hasno Abdul Malik, for the lecture. We kindly request Dr. Hasno to remain on the stage for the presentation of token of appreciation. The ceremony respectfully invites Professor Dr. Samir Razali to present the token to our speakers. Thank you, Professor Dr. Salmi, and once again, thank you to Associate Professor Dr. Hasnur. Next, we shall move and proceed to our third lecture. We invite technologist Dr. Muhammad Hafiz Muhammad Noor, Head of Graduate Studies Academic, Institute of Postgraduate Studies, IPSIS UiTM, to deliver his lecture, Research Ethics Impact on Graduation.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Dr. Muhammad Hafiz. So I am Head of Graduate Studies Academic of IPSIS, and then I just joined IPSIS about 1 month ago. Replaced the position for Professor Dr. Nizam. Okay, so initially I belongs to Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. So since I head of graduate studies in IPSIS, so that's my slides is more oriented to the postgraduates. And also I'm located for 10 minutes and for talk, so I think it's going to be fast and very complex for my presentations. So I think this one's I not very much thought on what, but I want to highlight about this one. Okay, so actually their role in postgraduate research ecosystem. And then this ethics, research ethics actually is related to our UiTM reputation. Okay, so ethics is not an optional, but it determines the graduate eligibility. So you must remember this one. And then this one actually is why research ethics matters for the postgraduates. Okay, so actually it's so much aspect that related to the research ethics in your research. But I compress into the 4 major categories. So it's related to the academic integrity and credibility, and also it put the trust on your research outcome, and also you need to comply with the policies, and also the protection to the stakeholder. Right? For in the case of the postgraduate research thesis, the stakeholder will belong to the students, supervisor, as well as the university. So these are common ethical requirements for postgraduate students. So as a postgraduate student, you need to produce the plagiarism-free thesis. So this is very vital. And then you have to have the proper citation and referencing on your thesis. And also, if your research is related to the human and also the animal subjects, you need to obtain the ethical clearance before you starting your project and before you submitting your thesis. And then you also, as a student, you also abide under data integrity, the data in your thesis. Of course, we also allocate the rules or the stipulations of the, about the research ethics in our academic rules and regulation for postgraduate 2022. So under 9.2 is a research ethics. So it's very clear stipulated there that students who are conducting research on animal and human subject are required to obtain the ethical approval prior to commencement of the research project. Okay. So then students must apply and submit it to the research ethics committees through the research committee at faculty or state campus according to the prescribed latest edition. And then you can refer to this one. And then after you getting the approval for your research ethics, and then you need to also enclose this approval during the proposal or thesis or dissertation submission. So without this, I think your thesis will not be accepted. Right? And then the below one actually is for ethics for the examiner. So maybe it's not related to you at the moment, but since we have the several lectures here also, so that as an examiner, you also abide under this rule. Right? So we stipulated in our academic rules and regulations. Okay, these are some of the actual cases that happen in around world today. But actually, initially, I put the case, this slide actually is related to the actual case happened in UiTM. But I just thinking that maybe it's not proper to share here, but I can share some of the story that a real case that I conducted now. So I just joined IPSIS for 1 month. So until to date, I handle 3 cases related to the ethics and also the plagiarism. So actually, the ethics issue is real in our committee. And then it's not subjected to the current active student, but I handle a case that this student already 5 years graduated. So that's the issue of ethics of the issue. Then IPSIS need to handle this case. So yeah, so it happened to our university now. Okay, so I think so ethics very some very serious issue. And then please take note for this approval or any related to this one. Okay, so these are some of the common ethic violation from the postgraduate students. Normally we have the issue for plagiarism, data fabrication. So this one is very famous one, data fabrication. And then improper authorship, okay, and also duplicate publication. So this one. So under my right now I handle for the case for plagiarism and also the improper authorship. But the 2 cases related to our international student. Right. Okay. So what happened if your research ethics is not properly conducted? So first, they will be affect your thesis approval delays. So that's one. Okay. And then, and ultimately, it can be for the candidate termination. So far, I not handled until the termination or the student revoke. But previously, we have the case up to this level. So that, so please be careful about this one. So that if you doesn't have the research ethic approval or related to the plagiarism or data fabrication, that one, so we will impact for the your approval for thesis. All right. So this is just step. So actually we have the faculty level, IPSIS, and also Senate, and also last one is candidate status for the students. And then for the UiTM and IPSIS process control, basically we start at the faculty, this is check, okay. And then we have the ethical compliance, and then IPSIS will screening the thesis, and after that we have the Senate approval lah. So these are some of the common scenario that I draw here. So what happen if my research has a high similarity index? You may be delay in your studies. I share to you the actual case in UiTM. A student has undergone their viva voce. And then at the end of the viva voce, the external examiner has been state that I have checked your literature review, and literature review have the similarity index more than 40%. Student dah viva ni, but the external examiner said that okay, this is my I run your literature review, and your similarity index is 40%. Actually, UiTM control 30%, kan? So this 40%. So what happened to the student actually? Okay, so if this if this situation under the rule of regulation, if the student is have the high similarity index, actually the student cannot submit their thesis at the first place. But during this time, student already viva during the viva voce session. So actually the truth of the regulation actually is the viva need to be stopped, and then the issue must be referred to the board of discipline. And then board discipline will be decide. Most likely gagal viva lah, something like that, GV status. But refer to my statement below, just now. The external examiner only refer to the literature review, 40%. Okay, because we run the similarity from the abstract until the conclusion, kan? So there will be another issue. That's why if you have some issue like that one, you need to bring the case to rerun back the Turnitin or similarity device, and then to prove that during the viva session, the similarity index for that particular thesis is less than 30%. But if they found that it's more than 30%, then you need to refer to the discipline board. Okay, so that's the case because this case happened a few years back, and then you bring now because The literature review, yes, 40%. But when we run the overall thesis, it's only 21%. So yeah, so I just share the actual case. Right. So please be careful on this one. Okay. And the second one is, what happens if I don't obtain ethical clearance? So obviously, your thesis will be rejected because already stipulated in our regulation. Okay. And then what happens if my data is inconsistent? So you will need to reevaluate your data. So normally we appoint another expertise to evaluate the data lah. Right. Okay. So this process control responsibility. Actually, IFSIS will become a final gatekeeper for academic integrity. And then on the bottom of that, the student need to control this issue before go to IFSIS to submit the thesis. So as a conclusion, actually, ethics, graduation eligibility, so that you start early, and then you need to continuous monitoring. And as said, and that one is I want to emphasize that integrity today ensure graduation tomorrow. Okay, with that, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
If there are any questions to be asked. Alright, so thank you.
Ada soalan?
Dr. Muhammad Hafiz. Oh, ada soalan.
Sebenarnya Keynote, saya nak tanya berkaitan dengan AI.
Okay.
So sometimes for the Grammy checking, right, they just reporting on the plagiarism, and the statement below 30 is actually focused on the plagiarism, on the literature reviews methodology, and basically, but not on AI, right? So what is your stand now, or IPSI stand for UiTM?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shafiq. That's a very good question. Actually, the issue of AI has been discussing in our postgraduate meetings on last year, and then we have some proposal to amend in our rule and regulation for the percentage of AI. Right now, I cannot share with you what going to be the percentage or any ketetapan on that one. But we have some process on AI content percentage on the thesis, and then it's subject to the Senate approval right now. Okay, so thank you very much. Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Hafiz, saya Amizun. I just have a question on the ethics approval from the beginning of defense proposal approval within the PTJs. Has IPSIS considered of making it a mandatory to the PTJs to ensure that the ethics approval has been implemented even from the earlier on before it reaches to the final dissertation? Thank you.
Okay. Right, thank you very much, Prof. Actually, the spirit of the RP actually is, the RP is the stage that we need to confirm the methodology of the research. That's the first spirit of the RP. That's why the RP exists. And then to obtain the approval for the ethic approval, actually, maybe it took some time, okay, but for us actually submitting the thesis with the ERC ethic approval actually is mandatory. But during the proposal, even though it's stipulated in our regulation, if the process is already done, it's a part of that one, is subject to the consideration of the faculty during that time. Okay, but I preferly to obtain the ERC to before the proposal proposal submission the RP itu sebenarnya, because it already stipulated in our regulation, dalam regulation sebenarnya. That's why.
Thank you, Dr. Hafiz.
Okay.
Just another suggestion, maybe a top-down instruction from IPSIS to all the PTJs, especially the postgraduate unit for all the faculties and the PTJs, to ensure that the ethics approval is already looked into from the beginning, even before the approval of the defense proposal. What I mean is, during the defense proposal presentation, the student and also the reviewers are already aware of the criteria and requirements, whether the proposal of the postgraduate studies need any ethics approval. So I really hope maybe a top-down instruction from IPSIS or the academic units of university to ensure this is implemented strictly.
Inshallah, Prof. Very good suggestion. So I take note seriously for this suggestion. So inshallah, I will issue to the community of IPSIS, so that if necessary, then this will be implemented later. Inshallah, Prof. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Technologist Dr. Muhammad Hafiz. Informative lecture. We kindly request Dr. Hafiz to remain. The ceremony respectfully invite Emeritus Professor Dr. Raymond to present the token to our speakers. Thank you, Dr. Raymond, and our deep to Technologist Dr. Muhammad Hafiz. We shall now proceed to our fourth lecture. With great honors, we invite Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Shafiq Azmi, Head of Research Monitoring Unit, Research Management Center, RMC, to deliver his lecture entitled Research Ethics Impact on Grants.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all of you. I'm Shafiq Azmi, the head of monitoring unit RMC UiTM. So first of all, I would like to thank Prof. Raymond and also RES26 Secretariat for the invite and opportunity to share today. So as a head of monitoring unit, I'm going to talk about the research ethics impacts on grant from monitoring and also government perspective at RMC UiTM. From the beginning of the program, we've been talking about the governance, compliance, including to us as a researcher, academics, and also a student. And therefore now we need to aware that as a researcher, we have to comply on the ethics when you are conducting a research. And I think just now, during the second talks, Dr. Kasno has mentioned about several document rujukan. And for research, basically, we do have some references that I wish my fellow colleagues are aware of and referred to. Okay, where we talk about the research government ethically and on the research management as well, we have three so-called layers of it. First, we need to always refer to the sponsor a guideline. You know, I'm sure when you want to apply a grant or write a grant research proposal, we always refer to the sponsor's guideline. And then, of course, when we talk about the sponsors, it include not only just a KPT, but if you are getting a grant from UiTM, you need to refer to the internal grant. And worry not, I hope that all of our fellow researcher colleagues here are always checking out our RMC websites on the document rujukan for the guys panduan, so that you always up to date with this. And then beside that, the second layer is actually from the institutional. Okay, we do have MCRCR, Kod Nilai Etika Warga ISAF, and our internal policies, pematuhan pada Kod Nilai dan Etika Warga UiTM. So as a fellow researchers, academics, we always need to check our compliance based on this garis panduan. And I'm happy, or I'm eager to actually emphasize again to all my fellow colleagues that, you know, ethics is not just a checkbox. Just now, Dr. Hafiz mentioning that, you know, you need to get ethical clearance or need to consider ethical approvals when your students are presenting their proposal during the RP. But basically, you need to aware that as a ketua projects lead researcher, you need to always incorporate ethical requirement from early stage during the proposal writing. And again, it's not a checkbox, because first is actually support data collection and fieldwork, then it's require in audit readiness and integrity, particularly in clinical research trials. Then of course it will affect grant expenditure, and therefore ethic clearance on humans or animal if needed are important, especially when you're getting data from the community, and must be secured before, preferably, or immediate at the grant starts. And typically, okay, this is the 12-month project timeline. We at a monitoring unit always prefer all of you researchers try to get ethics clearance within the first 6 months. You know, in tandem with the requirement of many sponsors a guideline to get a GRA, grant research assistant or research assistant, or no later than 12 months. The keyword here is actually as soon as possible. Why it is important? Because the trigger, when you had a delay, ethics approval will escalate to the other, you know, delay in your projects, from inability to commence data collections, clearance from your site visit, especially if involve multi-center, you know, and it affect the grant expenditure. The burn rate will be lower, stagnant, and triggering audit flags during monitorings. And then after that, always, you know, you cannot publish or achieve any KPI on time. And this is a systemic consequence, you know, and you might need some extension, or sometimes, you know, now with the strict governance monitorings from the sponsor, especially KPT, your research or your project can be proposed to be terminated. Okay. And amongst, we've been seeing a lot of progress reports from all of you, internal grant, external grants, and one of the key highlights issues, or I would say challenge that been reporting is actually proposal is actually a bit deviate from your ethics application and mismatch, especially the milestone. Therefore, it's actually not aligned with your time frame, milestones, and so on. And of course, it lead to other issues, incomplete, vague consent form. How we should know? Because from research management RMC, when you are submitting your reports, you've been telling us your challenge, but indirectly, it tells you how actually your ethics clearance is delayed due to some technical issue. For example, they mentioned, oh, got rejected few times due to the incomplete consent form and all that. Maybe it's a bit nampak kecil, tetapi actually affect your progress of research. Therefore, you need to educate yourself. And I think we've been hearing just now, we do have ERC, RECs, and now coming soon we're going to have a training. So I would love to, you know, invite all of our fellow colleagues and academic and researcher to reach out to them, you know, to ask if you do have any technical difficulties when applying research ethics. And again, ethics approval is important because when we cannot run away and we can see that some research study designs has an inherent complexity because require some clinical data, patient case study, and sometimes you need to extend or you need to conduct preclinical animal studies. That is a separate SOP of pipeline, but I do hope that all of you are aware about the requirement of it if you need to. And then who are your target participants? Could be vulnerable communities, and you need to get, for example, orang asli, you need to get approval from JAQUA. In fact, if you need to conduct their health and all that, sometimes you need to get approval from KKM. So, and if it's involved multi-center or international collaboration, you need to get an ethics clearance from all the participated sampling site. So, I really hope that our fellow colleagues should aware about the requirement and must be considered during the proposal preparation, must be included in a milestone or Gantt charts of your study design, and must be reflected in your student proposal during the defense, so that it's tandem from your proposal that been approved to the sponsors until the realities in the during execution of the projects. Therefore, I would like to emphasize against that ethics clearance has a biggest impacts on the research progress and success, because it requires collaboration between three parties, we as a researcher, and then of course we need to get support from the faculty and department, PTJ. That's why thanks that UiTM Ethics Committee has come up with the good ideas to delegate the and to empower PTJs to have ERC instead, to filter out all the applications and then to monitor the proposal. And then we at RMC will always have to monitor about your monitorings and also compliance. Perhaps dalam this cycle RMC might get a bit later, but with the delegations, empowerment, and also cooperation between these three parties, anything technical difficulties or miscommunication regarding the ethics compliance can be rectified much earlier. And before the end of this talk, I would like to actually highlight once again that all the researchers always need to get ethics clearance possibly as early as possible. Usually, oftenly, we always see that when delay happen, one of the key points that they shared with us is that, due to the delay in getting ethics clearance. When we ask specifically the timeline, basically they just applied 3 months ago before the progress reports, after 16 months of the project has been executed. So, I think we need to close these early stage governance gaps. And I'm aware that some my fellow colleagues are not really aware about the scopes of the research ethic, when and what and how to apply and get the research ethic. But now I notice a lot of advertisement information has been shared with the warga. So I encourage you all to reach out to the RSC members and ERC members at your faculty to check all the keperluan for the ethic clearance on your research. And treating ethics and compliance not as bureaucratic hurdle, but as the master blueprint for project execution, because it requires institutional and individual responsibility. It's a responsibility. And let's move from proactive governance to more agile governance, where participation is on voluntary basis, and awareness is actually at the core of our heart, as I mentioned by Dr. Kasno. All right. Again, this is quote from Prof. Joe over there. A goal without a plan is just a wish. So I hope that you can take this message, from the perspective of research management, so that you need to consider all the requirements in your research when you execute, so that you can have a very smooth sailing project, and hopefully that you may achieve all the KPI that you promised to the sponsors, not to us, but to all your sponsors. So let's work together and let's reach out to REC and RC more often if you do have any question regarding your ethics inquiries and also challenge. So that's all. So I open the session for any Q&A.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Shafiq Azmi for the lecture. We kindly request Dr. Shafiq to remain on the stage. We invite Emeritus Professor Dr. Raymond to present the token of appreciation to our speakers. Thank you, Ruben and Dr. Shafiq. We are now going on a short recess. For our online viewers, we'll be back on air in 10 minutes. Thank you.
I'll be back.
Diminta untuk semua ke Anjung Zamzam di lobi Hasa untuk sesi bergambar.
Tak lah, udah menipu.
Welcome back. Shall now proceed with our fifth lecture. With great honors, we invite Chemist 𝐤𝐐𝐬𝐞𝐚𝐫𝐜, Research Officer of the Institute for Big Data Analytics and Artificial Intelligence, 𝐒𝐲𝐬𝐬 UiTM, to deliver his lecture entitled Applicants and Application Procedures of UiTM Research Ethics.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Amal. So I am Muhammad Hisham bin Jamari, the Secretary 2 of REC UiTM, and my speech will be entitled Applicants and Application Procedure of UiTM Research Ethics. So my content would be straightforward. We'll be talking about these 5 things. So understanding the crucial terms. So this is the sort of like as the title says, essential in understanding our complicated ecosystem. So when we talk about JPN, JPF or equivalent in 𝐤𝐭𝐡𝐢𝐜, high 𝐤𝐭𝐡𝐢𝐜, these are what we call research committee of the PTJ. Alright. When we talk about REC or JEP, you must remember it's the Research Ethics Committee, or in Malay Jatuh Kuasa Etika Penyelidikan. This is the main or the HQ Committee for Human Ethics in UiTM, as mentioned by Dr. Hasno before this. And the counterpart, not the counterpart, the subsidiary part is ERC, or in Malay JPE, the Ethics Review Committee, as Prof. Raymond has mentioned as well, where when he said we subcon from REC fully to now with ERC. So this is what we call subsidiary or satellite committee for human ethics. Mainly approval is given on coursework and by the applicant of master students and undergraduates. Okay, and then the next term is a full member or associate member of REC. So basically members of REC. What does it mean? Basically it means reviewers trained by REC. So those who are attending tomorrow's hands-on session, so you'll be part of this group. So either that is associate member or full member, whereby these trained reviewers will be compulsory to attend our monthly meeting. Okay, so that refers to the membership of REC. So for ERC, slightly different. These are ERC members who are attending or appointed to attend the ERC meeting. So it's slightly different, and later you'll understand this hopefully. The final two is research endorsement and ethics approval. These are actually 2 approvals at different stages. So we put endorsement not to, so that it doesn't confuse people. So endorsement means approval given by your PTJ. So whenever research ethics receive an application from a PTJ, it's essential to have the approval or the endorsement of the PTJ, because we cannot just collect any application without knowing where does it come from. Okay, so at our level, REC or our subsidiary, ERC at your faculty or your PTJ. So these are approval, ethics approval. So ethics typically should only be used by ERC and REC, and at JPF and JPN you need to avoid using ethics, so that the applicant will not be confused between research endorsement and ethics approval. So what does it mean? Simply a proposal is reviewed twice. Okay, one at PTJ level, one at ethics level. Alright. The process is very similar, mirror to each other. So the first one is review and, as I said, endorsement at PTJ level via JPF and JPN. And the next review is approval of ethics by either REC or ERC. So at the first stage, typically you look into the scientific rigor and ethical robustness. These are actually covered. However, the independency and impartiality is only recommended. Meaning best practice is you do it, but if you, for some reason, some cases, if you can't do it properly, it's okay. Because this independency and impartiality is a required option at the ethics level. And as Professor Raymond have mentioned, if it's not scientific, it is not ethical. Some people may argue why you look into the scientific part, so this is the reason. All right. And how are these two somewhat competing, but actually work hand in hand? Their mentality can be different. So at PTJ level, you might be very eager, you want to do research. Sometimes you already, at the beginning of research, maybe you have not collected the data, you are probably sorting out the method or the material. And then you want it ASAP, but once it, and at this stage, normally if you're a student, you do the DRP and whatnot. You have the panels that are reviewing a research proposal have all somewhat direct access to the PI and research team. However, you have to consider for ethics, since the review must be sort of like independent. So the reviewer cannot contact the applicant directly. So we have to verify, you have to do this in the dark in a way. So we have to determine who, what, when, based on the things that you wrote in the applicant form. So it tends to be like a wait, relax, and you need to give us some time. All right? Okay, I get the same problem, unfortunately, stuck as well. Let me try to fix it myself. Okay. So looking at this research ethics application flow chart, it's somewhat complicated, but I can explain through. In short, we have two channels. The top channel is the, in the yellow border is basically what you do as applicant and your PTJ. So the first channel is the ERC channel, I call it. So the type of applicant is undergraduate students and postgraduate student by coursework. So you need to fill up the ERC forms, download at our website, right? And then you will need to submit it to your supervisor for endorsement on the form, and then you will also need to send it to your coordinator basically for them to review and screen and review and give the initial risk classification. So whether it's exemption, minimal risk, or more than minimal risk. So on risk classification, more in-depth explanation will be given by Professor Ami later, right? And then, if in any case under the ERC channel, your application is found to be more than minimal risk, it is advisable that the secretariat pass it over to REC. As I mentioned, at ERC channel you can only give exemption and minimal risk approval. Okay, and once your form is completed, your coordinator or head of program, sometimes postgraduate or your some sort of like the program head of program itself will sign it off to give the endorsement. So they are basically doing the job of the research committee. So we make it this so that it's easier, so you don't have to go through the JPF, JPN, which can be very much more difficult. So we made it easier for the ERC channel in that way. So they are representing the JPF, JPN, and then once this is done, only then they pass it to the ERC committee lah, ERC committee. So don't get confused. So these are both located at your PTJ, but they are wearing different hat. On the left side, the yellow side, they are representing the PTJ, appointed by your dean. But on the right hand side, they are actually appointed by either VC or TNCPI. In this case, the ERC committee is appointed by TNCPI. So slightly a different authority, chain of authority, and you are representing us, REC. So it's the same people within the same faculty, but it cannot be exactly the same people. The nuance explanation will be given by Dr. Noziatun after this. And similarly, the second review, this is where independence is required. So sometimes at certain cases, maybe you can the review here may not be trained by us, but over here it must be trained by us, things like that. So once they are okay, if it's not more than minimal risk, again, if it's minimal risk, if they found out here at this level, then they need to pass it to REC. So it doesn't matter actually when this is discovered. The earlier the better actually for the applicant. But if the PTJ, if your faculty missed it at JP and JP, it doesn't matter. So sometimes this can be a bit of a grey area. And once ERC approve, the chairperson of ERC can sign the approval letter. So this channel, the first channel, are meant to be faster and more dedicated on simpler things. For the second channel, the applicant types are postgraduate student, either mixed mode or research, UiTM staff, and non-UiTM staff. So there's a thing that we need to understand what we mean by non-UiTM. So whenever an applicant apply, they can be either UiTM or non-UiTM. So for the non-UiTM applicant, we need to look into the research group. Whenever there's a UiTM member, student or staff, we consider it a UiTM staff. So meaning that the non-UiTM refers to a group of researchers that does not contain UiTM members at all. Okay, so there's differences because it involves some sort of fees and whatnot. In this talk, I won't go deep into it because mainly you are UiTM members. So for the second channel, you apply via the RED system. Okay, and then your application will be sent first to your PTJ, as mentioned, JP and JPF. So whenever you apply via RED, you need to know where is your application at. So at the first stage is with your PTJ. You need to know who is the one in charge here, so that you can contact them and then troubleshoot whatever error is happening. When the application is passed to us, then you contact us. So sometimes we get complaints from or communication from applicant, but the application has not reached us. So maybe with this understanding, you can troubleshoot your error faster. So with this, it's the same thing. Again, review is not required. Why I say this? Because in certain PTJs, for example, Center of Excellence, where the number of members is very limited and they tend to do all research together, so it's difficult for them to get somewhat independent reviewers. So it's enough for them to review themselves, so endorsed basically by the director or maybe deputy or head of research in that small group of Center of Excellence, and to submit to us. So this is what we meant by at your level, the review is not required. It's best to do so that whenever the review at the ethics level, which is basically the member of the same faculty, review the application is not too raw. So don't abandon this. Do it. It's the best practice. But in some cases, you can just forgo it, lah. Right? And then typically it is being endorsed in the research committee, JP and JPF, before it is being sent to us, where we do the same thing, but this time around with more with a better review, which has been trained by us. Okay. So hopefully that is okay. And the special thing about the more than minimal risk is typically you require to do a full board presentation, but lately we have been doing some adjustment whereby certain full board presentation is not required for you to present, to make it easy as well. Alright, so we try our best to facilitate in every way possible. Okay, regarding the next one is RED status summary. These are all information available in our website. Just to walk you through, so when you create a new application, it's called draft. Over here, we also put the action, meaning at whose hand is the application based on that particular status. So at verification status, this is your PTJ, your JP and JPF. If it's pending, meaning when you submitted your completed draft at the first place, the status will be pending. Pending just to remind the secretariat that your application is pending. It needs review at your PTJ. Alright. So whenever the review has been done, whether it needs correction or not, you get correction. When you get back, when you answer the correction, it will be amended. Once everything is done, meaning the research committee, your JPN, JPF has endorsed, has approved it, they will need to attach a endorsement letter, and your status will change to verified. Verified means it is being sent to us now at ethics level. So verified is here with us. Anything before that, you need to contact your PTJ. All right. So the same thing, screening mean in this stage screening at our side. So we will look back again in some of the documents whether it complies with the things that is required by the reviewer later on, so that it wouldn't be problematic. For example, whether the questionnaire has been attached, whatever that is written there, whether it correspond to your the completeness of your application will be screened, right? Once everything is okay, and then we have the application is complete in our view, and when we have assigned a reviewer for your application, your status will change to review process. All right. So it goes on with if there's a minor amendment or major amendment, and then once you complete, once you done the correction, it will be a revision. So this correction and amendment can go back and forth a few times depending on your application. Some application we get very good, no correction at all. So it depends on the level of your writing and your understanding of what we want in terms of ethics, right? And finally, once the review is satisfied with what is written, they will put it as approved, but the status will be verified by reviewer, right? And basically, this is just waiting for the approval letter to be out, to be signed by our chairperson. It may take 1 or 2 days. And once the approval letter is out, to download in the same page, your status will be approved. Okay, I think quite straightforward. And all the manuals are available in the website. I don't think going through it would help. I think it's a straightforward process. You can check it yourself. What we feel best is to just give some tips to be an efficient applicant. So this apply to everyone. Again, start with REC, and then always there's a lot of part A, part B, part C, part D, part E, or part F, whatever. Remember to scroll down. Sometimes people get stuck with the page and don't remember to scroll down. All right. Read manual as I mentioned. So for REC channel, as I said, for the second channel, right? For the second group of people, you apply RED, right? But unfortunately, RED system itself is not perfect. It's flawed. RED is not meant for any application for exemption. So this is what we acknowledge somewhat the application system, the entrance is there's so many channel of entrance. So such system is not user friendly lah. Normally the best system is kalau if the entrance is only one and it's very modular, something like that. Unfortunately, we have not we don't have such system yet. We try to produce one, inshallah. So for exemption, that's why if you can see here, I put a star here, just to acknowledge that you need to go to the website and download a particular form for exemption application. For exemption or any post-approval amendments, meaning once you get an approval, let's say you want to change membership, or you want to extend your approval, or you want to change your protocol, place of whatever it is, you will still need to do it offline. Offline meaning you need to download the forms in the website and then submit it to our email. Alright. Okay, with regards to RED system, our advice is try to comply and proceed with correction. Try to comply as much as possible. It can be quite difficult, but if you comply, trust us, if you've seen the figures presented by Dr. Hasanu before, thousands have passed, so you should be you shouldn't have much problem as well. Okay, so A, student RA apply. So sometimes when student or research assistant apply, the system can only trace information from the first applicant. So grant info can be missing. Some PI or PI of grant supervisor may ask that student to, hey, why don't you include my grant information? So it cannot be extracted if the student is applying. So no big deal. You can just put your grant information in words and submit in part E. So part E is where all sort of documents you can submit. Okay. And then B, this is also important. Choose your PTJ wisely. So it's between faculty versus branch. So some students, they don't know whether they belong in faculty or branch. Best is to consult your supervisor where your application is best reviewed at or best monitored at. So this, I cannot give you a straight answer. This is a known complexity among us UiTM people, right? Okay, C, meet the date requirements. So sometimes when you fill it up, maybe your study is very straightforward. You feel like 1 month is enough, right? But when you fill up in the system requires you to put, there's a certain date. You cannot exceed at least 2 months. So don't fight with the system. I want 1 month. I don't want 2 months. Just put 2 months and proceed. 2 months meaning you can only put like you cannot put 1 month just before. Let's say you want to get let's say today is 27th of April, right? So they will require to put when your data gathering commencement. You cannot put in 1 month. Let's say you really want to do it in 1 month. At least you need to put 2 months. Just put and proceed. Because sometimes approval can you can get earlier than that. It's just a system requirement. So there's no point fighting it, right? All right. So D, remember to include SV and co-researchers. These are common among students. When we look into the members, only him or herself, when we check, this is a student. So this can also add to the delay, right? And then also another thing, e-participant information sheet in Malay. This is a system requirement. Sometimes in your study, you only engage with those speaking in English. So you feel like the participant information sheet in English is enough. You refuse to do in Malay. Again, don't fight the system. Sometimes you have to understand systems are built like that, and to make changes in the system can be very difficult. So just comply, as I mentioned, right? F, also remember to upload your questionnaire, your interview and whatnot. These are actually very important for the reviewer to look at, and especially as Prof. Raymond has mentioned, our layperson in the REC, they are very diligent in reading this. So we have a pair of very excellent layperson who contributed a lot in making sure that whatever questionnaire that is given, they understood it. So this is quite important. G, part F. Part F is your checklist, right? If you say part A, B, C, D, E, finally F is your checklist. So remember to scroll down. Unfortunately, whenever you have a rebuttal with your reviewer, the comments are located there. Your correction will be within part A to part E, but first you need to look at it at part F. So that's why I mentioned earlier, you need to scroll down, right? Again, try to comply to the reviewer. Don't fight it unless there's a very, very critical error or understanding. Sometimes we say our job at the secretariat, we are just postman between the reviewer and the applicant. But when there's a dispute happening, sometimes we need to be the referee. We try to avoid to be the referee, but yeah, sometimes it happens. No worries. Okay, so apologies for the visual error here. So what is the tips to be the efficient ethics reviewer? Again, number one, start with REC and ERC website as well if you are a reviewer at ERC level, because every faculty has their own slightly different ways of doing things, which we respect and we give power to them. And then again, generally the same thing. Remember to explore, scroll down, read your manuals. Okay, for REC channel, basically using the RED system, for reviewer, please don't delay and be responsive. So Dr. Hasnu has mentioned our secretariat, Cik Nisa, will be on your tails, unfortunately. But once you do it, it'll be like a very relief, like, okay, Cik Nisa is not messaging me anymore. That's what we want. So be alert, meaning if there's something, if you cannot review it for whatever reason, please communicate with us, right? And then be impartial and fair as well. This is important. Use simple language. Sometimes whatever you want to request correction from the applicant, it's best if you can deliver it in a very clear language, right? And then of course reply to our messages. Sometimes we do have special requests, things like that. So we really owe it to the reviewers who have been cooperating with us, especially those you gonna see tomorrow, the facilitators. These are our top reviewers, right? These are the people that you need to follow, right? And then contact us for any technical issue. And then for ERC channel, unfortunately some faculty, very few, they have their own online system. Most would usually use soft copy forms, right? So make sure you get to the right website and then get help, especially, and training if an experience, both review and secretariat. These are important as well. Joining such events such as RES. We are doing this annually specifically for this function. So as you have seen, Dr. Hasnu mentioned, we are all quite busy all year round. So if you could come this year, or for your faculty member who didn't manage to come, join us today, just ask them to open up JPI UiTM YouTube channel and just watch the session. I'm sure it's going to be life-changing for those who have never joined us, right? And then this is another thing, we call it just now SPK, Sasaran Peratusan Keahlian. Right, for your faculty member, we put in general 10%, at the moment 6%. So what we put here is for ERC. ERC, there's a simple sort of like criteria for the membership. We only put minimum 3 full member or associate member of REC in the ERC. But we wish to see more and more, so we try target at least 50% of the REC at your faculty is at least associate member. So it will have a meaningful impact, meaning more prominent people trained by us will fill up the ERC seats, and this will increase your efficiency in terms of reviewing and training at your PTJ. Okay? I guess that's all. Thank you. Any question? Yes, Doctor. Yes. Yeah, that's a mic here.
Yes. Thanks. The RED system is filled in by the students, kan? Students yang isi. Yeah. Then as a supervisor, we would like to know the status of their application, because normally what we had to do is we have to ask the student, screenshot your status to me, just want to follow up. Sometimes the student ni leka, dia dah apply, dia tinggal je macam tu. So sometimes the supervisor yang gabra. So I was thinking of if at least the supervisor can have a look at the status dia, nak tahu kat mana je. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Doctor. So these are concerns that we share. I think because across the board, all the research member is concerned because ethics approval is pivotal, right? At the moment, the system is not catered for that function, unfortunately. We are working towards a system that is more inclusive. But what we can do is actually your PTJ, your JP and JPF will have access to whatever application that goes through them. So for example, if you're from accountancy, your faculty, whenever your student submit there, the application will go through them. And once they have given the endorsement, for example, I'll put it here. Okay. So once they have, for each PTJ at here, those who are given access under the Department of Research and Innovation of your faculty or branch, they will given access and they can see whenever an application is applied through their PTJ. Okay, meaning that they have a first page, they have to act on it, meaning they have to give approval, aka endorsement. Once the endorsement is given, actually the application will be sent through the next page. So whatever happened in that, I think the status is there for your PTJ to monitor. Meaning you cannot do it directly using your own account. My advice is go through your JPN. Yes, JPN, JPF. That is the best way. Yep. Thank you, Doctor. Any more question?
There's one online question, if I may read it. Yeah. So this is about timeline. How long is the process normally? So this one in combination with another query, the 2 months time frame is for research endorsement plus ethics approvals or for ethics approval alone?
Okay, thank you. Great question. So the 2 months is actually what we recommend for all of you to start to apply, meaning once you have done your DRP, once your application, your proposal can be reviewed by your PTJ, you can submit to us. So it includes both. But this is only a recommendation. Unfortunately, somehow the thing I mentioned before, maybe not directly what the questioner asked. In the system, you have to put like 2 months as a requirement. So it doesn't translate well in terms of the user friendliness of the system. But basically, the earlier you can submit to us, the better. So 2 months is a rough estimation on average. Some application, like I said, when the applicant manage to answer all the question, and when the reviewers see it, it clicks and makes sense straight away. Sometimes there's no correction at all. So these are things that we cannot control. You cannot control your student. You cannot control yourself to truly suit whoever the reviewer is going to be. These are all, you know, factors that we can control. So 2 months is a safe bet. Earlier better, later than 2 months, you may not get the timing of approval as you wish. That is our concern. So 2 months is safe. So that is our suggestion. Yes. Any more question? Nisa? Yeah. No question. All right. I guess that's all. Thank you for your attention and question. Good luck with your application. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Cik Isham, for the highly informative lecture. We kindly request Mr. Isham to remain on stage. We invite Associate Professor Dr. Noziatun as Deputy Chairman 2 of REC to present the token of appreciation. All right, thank you. And with great honors, we invite Associate Professor Dr. Noziatun to deliver her speech entitled Role and Responsibilities in UiTM Research Ethics Ecosystem.
All right, okay, Assalamualaikum. I think so afternoon already. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so for today, my session will be on the ecosystem, okay, roles and responsibilities in research. All right, basically the outline will be looking into the membership of REC and ERC as well as the meeting quorum. Then just to recap about what Hisham has mentioned about the review process, where we have to do it twice. And of course, the REC application channel for the personnel as well as the roles. and also the research endorsement at PTJ and the summary of roles and responsibilities. Okay, so as for the membership, okay, so if we look at the requirements, so for under Research Ethics Committee, we have at least a minimum membership is 11, yeah, of 11 members, include chairman, 2 deputy chairmen, we have 1 and 2, at least 2 academic professional, at least 2 members who are laymen, non-UiTM, we have that, and at least 1 external professional member, which is non-UiTM as well, at least 1 member who has a statistical background, 1 member who has a religious background, and 1 member who has a legal background. So basically, if you see here that the membership of our committee, yeah, it has to be a minimum of 11. All right, now for the ERC, Ethics Review Committee, the minimum membership should be 7. Yeah, so it should comprise of a chairman. A chairman can be a full board or full member or associate member of REC. So it can be either. A deputy chairperson is also a full member or associate member of REC. So at least 2 academic professional members, at least another 1 full member or associate member of REC. So last will be at least 2 lay members who are UiTM admin staff. Yeah? So please make sure that in your faculty or branch campuses to ensure that you adhere to the minimum requirements of the membership of at least 7, and it has to be a combination of what I have mentioned earlier. All right, so for the meeting quorum, okay, before we start the meeting, of course, we need to see how many team members has arrived before we start. Now, for the REC and ERC meeting quorum, we have basically 5, at least, yeah, 5 for under REC. That includes a chairperson or a deputy chairperson, whichever, 1 full member or associate member of REC, 1 external lay member, non-UiTM, as well as 1 external professional member, non-UiTM. So when we have all these team members in the meetings, we can start. At least we have 5, yeah? Same goes with ERC, minimum also 5 members, and it should include a chairperson or deputy chairperson. Usually ERC, they have only 1 chairperson. For REC, we have 2. Deputy, yeah? All right, so 1 full member or associate member of REC, as well as 1 internal lay member, which is UiTM admin staff. All right, so again, before we start the meeting, we have to ensure that we have enough quorums. Okay, just to recap what has been mentioned earlier about a proposal is reviewed twice. All right, so why we have to review it twice? Because we have to make sure that it is properly done and to avoid any overlooked of information and so on. All right, so I will not go into detail of the review twice because it's already been done by Hisham. So I will just go into the application channel, right? So under the personnel, basically we have 2 sessions, yeah, at the PTJ level as well as the ethical level, yeah, ethics committee level. Now, for Research Ethics Committee, we have here the first part will be the screening part. Okay, the screening part will be done by the PTJ Secretariat, which will be appointed by the head of PTJ. So we would prefer the Secretariat would not be from the REC, yeah? All right, so next will be the PTJ reviewer. So the second stage, it will be reviewed by the reviewer, which is appointed by the head of PTJ. Of course, the reviewer must have the skills to categorize risk for research. So later on, we will see Prof. Sami will mention about the risk, minimal risk, more than minimal risk, or even exemption. And we would prefer to avoid full member or associate member of the REC to review at this stage. Yeah, because kita tak nak sometimes at PTJ, the same person who will review, and lepas tu dekat the ERC will be a same person to review. So we'll try to avoid that. So the first phase will be usually yang tak ada kena mengena dengan kalau boleh we don't want to have any full member ataupun associate member of REC to review at the PTJ level, right? Sama ada di faculty ataupun cawangan. But for the ERC level, maksudnya at the other part of the review, the ethical team members ni, okay, usually the secretariat will be appointed by VC, and we would prefer not the same as JPF atau JPN. Alright, so it has to be a different person. Kita nak practice independent in this sense, yeah. And another stage will be the reviewer. Alright, so the REC reviewer. Appointed by VC as well, mandatory to have skills to categorize risk. So this is important. Sometimes we might confuse sama ada it is minimal risk atau more than minimal risk, and sometimes we also confuse whether should we apply for exemption. So as we know that for the system, kita tak kata lagi untuk exemption. Exemption masih lagi manual lah, right? Okay, so the documents will be emailed to the secretariat for them to process. Okay, so again the reviewer, not the same reviewer at that level, because again kita nak remain independent, and must be full member or associate member of REC. Sebab itu kita perlukan lebih ramai associate member actually to come on board to help us to review, because kita nak independent kat sini, so we don't want the same person doing a similar thing, so we try to avoid that. Now, the next part will be the approval part. So under REC, it will be approved by the chairperson or the deputy, which is also appointed by VC. And of course, it is not the same with JPF or JPN chairperson. All right. So as for the ERC, okay, so the Ethics Review Committee, all right, so this will be at the faculty level usually lah. Kalau di kita sini, kita at faculty level ataupun di cawangan. Alright, so when we talk about review and endorsement at PTJ level tadi is similar, where we have our secretariat as well, which will be appointed by the head of PTJ. Alright, so again, we would prefer it is not the same as the ERC, Ethics Review Committee, right, to maintain independence. Now, as for the reviewer at PTJ level, again, the reviewers will be appointed by the head of PTJ, has the skills to categorize risk for research, preferably to avoid full member or associate member, right, at this level, at this stage. And for the coordinator head representing JPF and JPN for the endorsement, it is appointed by head of PTJ and not officially associated with ERC. Alright, so that will be at a PTJ level. Then kita move on kepada the committee, the ethics committee, right? So for ERC, basically the screening part will be done by the secretariat, again another level of screening. And this time around, the secretariat will be appointed by TNCPI, and also preferably not the same with JPF and JPN. So again sama lah macam tadi, tak boleh yang sama. Alright, then we have ERC reviewers. So these are the reviewers appointed by TNCPI, and it is mandatory, to have the skills to categorize the risk for research, because again we need to understand the proposal, the applications, and we have to categorize under minimal risk, more than minimal risk, or exemption. And of course, the reviewer should not be the same as the reviewer at JPF or JPN level, and we would prefer full member or at least associate member of REC to review. Alright, so as for the approval, the chairperson, ERC chairperson or the deputy will be appointed by TNCPI, so he or she has the authority to approve at the faculty level or cawangan, Not the same with JPF or JPN chairperson, and not holding other senior decision-making role. So usually for those yang dilantik sebagai chairperson, and if let's say you hold any other position, so you have to step down because we want to remain independent. Alright, so what are the roles? Alright, so PTJ and also the ethics level, for the ethics committee. So for both REC and also ERC application channel roles, okay, you will see that similar process where we have the screening, review, and also endorsement at the first phase, right? So the role of PTJ Secretariat, you have to ensure that check applications form and documents completeness, right? Manage communications and records and assign independent reviewers. All right, so this will be done through the screening part. Okay, this is responsibility of the Secretariat. Then it move on to the review part where the PTJ reviewer, you have to review the proposal, provide constructive feedback, right? Propose the risk category, just proposing, then give recommendations for approval, anonymize the role as a reviewer. So we do not disclose ourselves, it has to remain anonymous. We do not disclose ourselves as the reviewer, and we do not contact directly with the researcher, yeah? Ataupun student. Inform the Secretariat if you are unavailable or needing longer time to review. Don't keep quiet because it will prolong the process. Kita banyak hadapi masalah macam ni lah, because all the time we have to follow up, and sometimes the associate do not review. They will just sit on it, and then we have to pass it over to another reviewer. So ni makan masa lah untuk student collect data. Now, endorser, okay, verify the reviewer's recommendation, endorse the completed reviewed proposal as well as sign the endorsement letter. Alright, ini adalah tugas at the PTJ level. Now, for the committee, alright, again, same process, but at the end, it has to be the approval part. So the screening will be done by the Secretariat, regardless of REC or ERC. Check the application form and documents completeness, manage communication and records, assign independent reviewer. Ni yang penting, independent reviewers. And for ERC, submit proposal with more than minimal risk to REC for yet another independent review. If, let's say, you feel that once when you are reviewing that this particular research is categorized as more than minimal risk, those documents need to be submitted to REC, UiTM level. Now, for the review, okay, role of REC or ERC reviewer, again, you have to review the proposal, provide constructive feedback, meaning that any comments from the documents you receive, sometimes the information is not accurate enough, sometimes information is sufficient, so we can request for further information. All right, determine the risk category, whether it is minimal or more than minimal or exemption, give recommendations for approval. Again, you have to remain anonymous, as the reviewer to the PI or the supervisor. We should not disclose ourselves. Inform the Secretariat if you are unavailable or needing a longer time. So as I mentioned tadi lah, we don't want to prolong the process. And the last one will be the approval part, where the chairperson or the deputy has the responsibility to verify the reviewer's recommendations, right? And approve the completed review proposal. And at the end, sign the approval letter for the student or the researcher to conduct their data collection. Now, this will be the research endorsement at PTJ. Okay, endorsement by PTJ for REC application will be done by the chairperson of JPF or JPN. However, the endorsement by PTJ for ERC application will be done by the coordinator or head of program, which representing the JPN or JPF, right? So what is the role of B? Okay, so collect the ERC application from undergraduate or postgraduate by coursework. So usually undergraduate, they have this final year project, and for postgraduate under research project or dissertation. All right, so manage the reviewer assignment, panels, and review the process at PTJ. Endorse, sign completed ERC forms and submit them to ERC. Report to JPN or JPF the number of ERC applications submitted to ERC. So usually we will do this during the meetings. Jawatankuasa, penyelidikan faculty, usually they will conduct meetings maybe dalam 2, 3, maybe 4 times, I think so, a year. So during this particular time, we will report the number of applications done and how many already approved. So the program coordinator can delegate roles 1 until 4 to other members of the faculty, that will be the teaching lecturers or the administrative staff. Okay, who should be B? All right, so recommended not to be associated with ERC, right? Again, to remain independent. In case of more than one personnel, JPN or JPF must elect a licensed officer to ERC. Alright, so yang ini you have to be very careful ya. Jangan ada overlapping of tasks dalam your department atau dalam faculty. Alright, so just to have the summary of the roles and responsibilities, where we have few categories here, and of course, as earlier mentioned, that these team members should comprise of all these members in your ERC as well as REC. Yeah? So for the chairperson, okay, so what are the roles and responsibilities? Basically, to lead the committee, ensures proper review processes, and maintains integrity, right? Draw on members' experience and respecting each viewpoint. So usually during the meetings, we will do discussions, and of course, for REC, sometimes full board presentation, the supervisor and also the student need to be in. Okay, oversee procedures, monitor research and also receive report, represents ERC or RECs within institution and in multi-center research approvals. All right, and lastly, the deputy chairperson, their responsibility, they can assume the responsibilities of the chairperson in his or her absence. Sekiranya tak ada, then the deputy will take charge. Now, as for the scientific member, all right, so scientific member for the review, they need to evaluate and deliberate on ethics approval applications and uphold the integrity of the scientific record. All right, so you have to make sure that you review carefully on the proposal. Of course, you have to attend training. Okay, attend periodic training related to research ethics. Yang kita buat sekarang ni is considered as training as well. Train the non-members about ethics review process. Okay, please make sure that all faculty members are involved in this ethics application. Yeah, maksudnya they are aware that they need to apply for ethics before they collect data. So saya ada come across a few as well. Certain faculty do not do that, and they have completed their thesis and all that. Yeah, so it's a bit troublesome lah. Alright, represent UiTM REC and give advice regarding ethics application at PTJ. So that is your role, the scientific member. So make sure that any updates from our side, from the ethics committee side, need to be forwarded or need to be communicated to the team members. So non-member of REC is recommended to be officially trained by REC and become associate member of REC, right? So we welcome, the more the merrier lah. Maknanya we welcome everyone to come on board. Now, as for the layperson, right, so their responsibilities is to provide their views from the perspective of the community. So we have that during our board meeting presentation and also board meetings. We see that the layperson plays their role very well, right? Certain things they do not understand, so it's their task basically to get them understand about the proposal and the process. And the secretary and the secretariat, all right, so for the secretary, basically what is their function? To facilitate and support the chairperson, right, and ethics board members in ensuring smooth functioning of the REC and also ERC. And of course, as a secretary, you need to report the number of approval. Even at the faculty level, the function of the ERC secretary basically to report to REC about the numbers of applications that we have approved. So here you will see that REC will report to 𝐤𝐭𝐡𝐢𝐜, yeah, and ERC will report to REC, and ERC will also report to JPN or JPF. That's why we have this JPF meeting, Jawatankuasa Pendidikan Faculty, to look into the numbers that we have approved. So managers, internal and external audit, so whenever we come for audit at the faculty, so that is the responsibility of the secretary as well. And the secretariat basically assists the secretary in the efficient running of REC and also ERC affairs. All right, so I hope that, okay, I hope that it is clear about the roles and responsibilities of the members, yeah. So if, let's say, none of these align in your practice, please come forward. We will see how we can assist you on that. All right, so all that, with that, thank you everyone. Any question? Yeah.
Doktor, ada soalan daripada live. Maksud di sini, JPN lead by someone yang tidak lead di ERC, betul?
Yes, but kita nak remain independent di situ, right? So we try to make sure that the two categories atau two phases of review tu will not be the same person. Okay?
Okay, Doktor.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Noziatun Ismail Khan, for the highly informative lecture. We kindly request Dr. Noziatun to remain on stage. We invite Dr. Amizon to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. Thank you, Dr. Amizon, and our deepest thanks to Associate Professor Dr. Noziatun. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall proceed with our last lecture session. With great honors, we invite Professor Dr. Salmi Razali, Professor of Medicine and Consultant Psychiatrist, to deliver her lecture entitled Research Risk Categorization in UiTM Research Ethics Review.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let us continue with our discussion on research risk categorization in UiTM Ethics Review. So this is the content of our discussion today. First, I'm going to talk about vulnerable groups. What are the definitions and who are they? Category of risk. This is very, very important. Yeah. Then potential determinants of more than minimal risk. Yeah, or what we call MMR. Yeah, because this is important because MMR usually it must be approved by by REC. Yeah, and your research will come to a full board presentation if it is very, very risky. Yeah. Then quick tips for risk classification for MR or minimal risk. Tips for risk classification or assumption. For example, one of the questions just now, yeah? Research risk category from RED system and also consent and assent form. Okay, we go first to the who are the vulnerable individuals, yeah? Vulnerable due to increased likelihood of being wronged. So probably part of your methodology, yeah, causes some additional harm, yeah, to the participants, yeah, and due to the participants less able to protect their own interests, yeah, perhaps due to any element of coercion. Yeah. All vulnerable groups and individuals should receive specifically considered protection. Yeah, those vulnerable, especially important for us to protect them. Research with a vulnerable group is only justified if the research is responsive to the health needs or priorities of this group. And research cannot be carried out in a non-vulnerable group. For example, I'm a psychiatrist, yeah, medications for patients with schizophrenia, we won't do the investigations or research on a normal person, yeah. However, it is important for vulnerable group to be inclusive in research, yeah, and it is unethical also. We just marginalize them, yeah, not doing research on what important for them. So we have to include them in our research also, yeah. The vulnerable group must also stand to benefit from knowledge, practices, or interventions that result from the research. So we hope that ethics committee also and ethics REC also does not become the barriers for us to research those who are vulnerable. Okay, who are the vulnerable groups? This is very important, yeah, important slide. First, of course, children or adolescents, yeah. be it having illness or not, yeah? Elderly people, pregnant women, yeah? People with physical, mental disabilities or chronic illnesses, yeah? Marginalized minority populations, for example, our orang asli, yeah? People in humanitarian crisis, so this is also vulnerable group, yeah? People in low resource settings, yeah? People in prisons, detentions, rehab, correctional centers. In fact, students are also one of the vulnerable groups, yeah? You, the lecturers, and suddenly want to collect data from your students, yeah? They become the vulnerable groups, yeah, of people. Okay, how do we understand the risk here, yeah? Okay, let us go one by one. Like I mentioned just now, in UiTM we have three important groups. First, groups of proposals, yeah? First is the exempted proposals. You must know this because instead of go through RED system, instead of going through your presentations, you might not know that your proposals actually can be exempted. Yeah. So what are the exemptions? Yeah. The definition is that this category includes activities that involve no risk or negligible risk to participants. The criteria is first, the research involve existing data. The example just now, registry, yeah, because it is existing data. Yeah, for example, medical records. Yeah, if you go to big data in Department of Statistics, Malaysia, for example, this is just a secondary data, so this can be exempted. Yeah, non-sensitive data where the identities of participants are not discernible. Yeah? For example, if you're doing research using newspapers, so this is proposal which can be exempted. Yeah? The methods used are very straightforward and do not pose any harm to participants. Yeah? For example, questionnaire survey with non-sensitive content, but this is really very, very minimum risk to the participant, yeah? Observations or public behavior. There is no involvement of vulnerable populations, yeah? Like I mentioned just now. Then we go to minimal risk. Yeah? This category refers to research in which the risk to participants are no greater than those ordinarily encountered in daily life or during routine physical or psychological activities. Yeah? The potential harm is low and the likelihood of adverse outcomes is minimal. Yeah? The research does not expose participants to situations they wouldn't typically face, yeah, in their daily life. Yeah? For example, filling out survey, engaging in interview, completing psychological tasks. Yeah? Later, I'll give you the examples of minimal risk. Yeah? More than minimal risk, or MMR. So this is the one that sometimes we argue whether it is a minimal risk or more than a minimal risk. Yeah? This category includes research in which the tasks to participants are greater than minimal and could involve potential harm or discomfort, yeah, that exceeds what participant would normally experience in everyday life. Yeah? Discomfort here, I can give you an example because my expertise is in psychiatry. For example, if you're doing research on patient who has history of trauma, yeah? If the patients have history of trauma suddenly during your interview, yeah? For example, patient has history of motor vehicle accident and seeing traumatic event at that time. Initially, it's just minimal risk, yeah? But then rekindling the trauma will cause PTSD, for example. Yeah, so it becomes a discomfort there. Yeah? For example, if you're doing research on domestic violence, rekindling the trauma of being abused as a victim Yeah. So this is not just ordinarily activities. This is discomfort that we introduce to the participants. Yeah. The study may expose participants to moderate to significant risks. Yeah. Either physical, psychological, emotional, social, or environment. Yeah. Including the possibility or discomfort, distress, or harm. Yeah. For example, exercise. Yeah, exercise for obese participants. This will introduce, if you're not very careful in your methodology, it causes harm to the obese participants. Yeah. These studies often require careful monitoring and additional protection, yeah, for participants, particularly if they involve interventions or sensitive data. Okay. Now let us go to potential determinants, yeah, for more than minimal result. So now we focus on MMR. Yeah. Okay. Arising, we have 4 tips here, whether it is arising from participant profile. Yeah. Just now I've mentioned who are the vulnerable groups. Yeah. And then if the participant have mental and emotional vulnerability, yeah, participants or patients in terminal care, yeah, any illness, yeah, in particular this today we are doing our workshops in HASA, so there are many participants who have this terminal care, yeah. Cognitive impairment, okay, unable or incapable of giving consent, okay, elderly people, yeah, those with terminally ill, yeah, involvement of emolument to participants, yeah. So if we give tokens to the participants, yeah, we're afraid of any coercions there, yeah. Underage, of course, 18 years old and below, pregnancy and reproductive health sensitivity, okay, socioeconomic and cultural sensitivity, yeah. What about arising from privacy and confidentiality? This is another important issue nowadays, yeah, related to sensitive personal data. For example, sexual orientation. Quite a number of proposals on sexual orientation, yeah, LGBT, yeah, gender dysphoria, sexual history. Now we have 3R, very sensitive, yeah, race, religions, and royalty, yeah, taboo in local society. Okay, and there's a data security risk. For example, data collected have the potential to cause discomfort, yeah, embarrassment, or psychological harm to the participants. Okay, so it is very important for us to check our questionnaire that we use, whether that questionnaires involve questions which is very, very sensitive. Okay, arising from physical aspect. Yeah, for example, of course, here there's so many research under MMR. Yeah, for example, we are using invasive procedure. Yeah, involving physical procedure, surgery, yeah, equipment. Yeah, even bloods. Yeah. Surgery, injections, biopsies, yeah, radiations, yeah. Exercise or physical stress, this is what I mentioned just now, yeah. Unanticipated reactions or side effects, yeah. So those who are in full board committee, these randomized controlled trials, yeah, whether it is investigator initiated or sponsors initiated. So we have to be thoroughly, yeah, process or analyze this proposal. Yeah? Whether or not we are introducing research device, yeah, devices, use device that could cause harm if misused. Yeah? For example, exercise machines, electronic devices that could cause electric shock or burns. Yeah? So this is devices which is haven't gone through any research. Yeah? So perhaps it can be dangerous to participants. Yeah? So any health conditions triggered by activity, for for example, potential of physical activities to trigger pre-existing health conditions. For example, patient who undergo the research may have asthmatic attack, for example, or causes heart problems, or musculoskeletal injuries, An unsafe research environment. Research is to be carried out in an unstable or volatile settings. For example, in Pantai Timur banyak kes-kes flood. So civil war, for example. For example, whoever is going to do research in musim-musim haji ni, there's a civil war or any area which is not safe. So we really have to go through the proposal properly. Okay, so MMR comes also from the arising from the data. For example, sensitive data. Any potential legal and reputational risk, especially, for example, risk of legal action. Risk for legal actions. So if you are a researcher for example, cases like previously I did some research in prison, so that incur some legal actions. For example, if the participants in the prison disclose whatever illegal behaviors, and you know about it, your interviews can be subpoenaed, by the court. So be careful. So this can be MMR. Potential damage to the institution's reputation. If you do, for example, this is just examples. Percentage of bribery among lecturers who are doing research in UiTM. So if you caught a certain high percentage, it will cause institutional reputation damage to UiTM. So this will be discussed thoroughly in a full board meeting. Okay. Causes community outrage, public backlash over sensitive topic. Just now I mentioned about 3R. Whether it's because of ethnicity, religion, corruptions, fraud, and especially if it is a classified documents, that have significant related to senior or political figures. Okay, so this is a very, very important determinants if you want to know whether your research goes under MMR or not. Okay, let us a little bit of discuss. These are the example. One of the example of MMR. Okay. Okay, this is a research on support among pregnant teenagers in Klang Valley. So, of course, here we know that pregnant teenagers, support among pregnant teenagers in Klang Valley. If let's say it is just a systematic review, you are just reviewing research in Scopus, so this is just not even exempted. You don't have to apply for any ethical approval. But if this research is about not only literature review, identify the questionnaire and pilot test. So refine and finalize the questionnaire, data collection. So it involves data collection among the pregnant teenagers. So pregnant teenagers, of course, this is not only pregnancy but also among teenagers. This is very, very vulnerable group of participants. So of course, this one is an example of more than minimal risk. Okay, some more questionnaire. It will involve a questionnaire, not only support, involve questionnaire measure the level of depression, anxiety, stress, and social support. Yeah. Okay, I just want to discuss a little bit about this questionnaire. Yeah. If let's say this study not among pregnant teenagers, not among pregnant lady, not among teenagers, just using DUS. Yeah, using DUS. DUS is actually a questionnaire for depression, anxiety, and stress. Yeah, let's say among public. On depression, anxiety, stress, and social support, it can go to minimal risk only, but you must have some exclusion criteria there. Yeah, exclusion criteria that you're not going to take any of participant who has severe depression, severe anxiety, which goes under those with mental illness. So how we're going to do that is that in your selection criteria, please screen first, for example, using PHQ-9. If you use PHQ-9, you can screen them. Those who are having PHQ-9 total score less than 9 and lesser, yeah, these are very, very stable individual. Yeah, so they are not having any mental illness, yeah, or probable risk for mental illness. So it goes under minimal risk, yeah, not more than a minimal risk. Okay. Then just quick tips for minimal risk application. So one of the example here is enhancing the usability of mobile phone keypad for elderly. Yeah, even though here elderly, yeah, is one of the vulnerable group. Yeah, it can be minimal risk. Yeah, but if I'm the reviewer of this research, I want to know, yeah, the exclusion criteria. Yeah. Here the inclusion criteria is 60 years and above. Yeah, so exclusion criteria whether this participant boleh baca ke tak, boleh can see or not dia punya phone tu kalau mata pun dah tak nampak mungkin it's not suitable as a participant. Okay, the study is to validate the level of understanding of elderly to use mobile phone, a keypad. Methodology, first they want to collect the data via open-ended interview with selected respondent. The researcher will make an observation at a restaurant first. So here it is very, very important also whether under PDPA, Personal Data Protection Act, whether we can just observe everybody. Suddenly you take a photo, and then you put in your AI. Suddenly the face of that elderly is there in your AI. It violates the personal data. So we have to understand the flow chart, your methods properly. Yeah. Okay, this is example of exemptions. The impact of physical restriction in controlling COVID-19 outbreak in Peninsular Malaysia. To determine the special relationship between the number of COVID-19 and socio-demographic determinants across Peninsular Malaysia. So this research using secondary data. Just now, Prof. Hasno said that one question from the audience or from online asking about how to anonymize the data. I give you example. If you are a researcher from HASA, you want to do a study, let's say my field, I want to do studies on depression, anxiety, and associations with the effectiveness of psychotherapy, among students, for example, like that. So what you can do if you want to do secondary data analysis of records in HASA, you can apply for exemption, but you must also get the approval from HASA, approval from PGI HASA also, not only director, UCC, and get approval from Prof. Tuhaira, from PGI, and then you have to meet the one who keep the data. The one that keep the data is our medical record, and who have the data? Of course, our people in charge for UniMeds. So in UniMeds, the one that operates UniMeds is our IT. So what you can ask is that ask IT to give data which is already anonymized. What anonymized meanings here is that ask them to give you records without patient's name and without patient's IC number or CTC ID, so that the data is totally anonymized. You cannot retrieve who is the owner of the data. Okay, so similar if you want to do, for example, retrospective study. Retrospective study, for example, you want to look into their investigations, laboratory investigations. You can do that also, by asking them the anonymized data. You can also do studies on radiographic X-ray, for example, but it has to be anonymized first. Okay. Okay, this is how we go to how your RED system will look like to us as reviewer and applicants. It is part C in your RED systems, and this is where we can see our views in the system. It is very important for you to know that when you fill up this one, the risk level, you have to briefly tick whether it is yes or no for all the questions. If you answer yes, it is highly likely that your research is MMR, more than minimal risk. It's quite a number whether we have to read all this, but in the RED system, you can go through all of them. If you tick yes, it is high likely that it is a MMR. Another important thing is that when you answer part C and part D, when we want to fill up the consent form, it is very important whether you tick the underage, because if you tick underage, automatically you have to fill up the SN form. Okay, so please be careful, and please tick properly, in this part, part C and also part D. Okay. Okay, it's similar, that one is for ERC, part C, part D. Okay, similar, in REC also, REC3 and also REC4. Okay. Okay, that's all I think from me. If there's any question, we can discuss. If there's any question. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Prof, for your explanation. I nak tanya, just now you mentioned yang exemption, low risk and more than yang tu kan ada 3 kolom tu. So I was just wondering, exempted ni, you have questionnaire surveys with non-sensitive content in the exempted and also surveys in minimal risk. What is the difference?
Which one's now?
Yang tu Prof. Yang bullet point nombor 3 tu untuk exempted kan ada questionnaire or surveys with non-sensitive content, but in minimal risk also you have filling out a survey yang tu. So what is the difference between the two surveys?
Sometimes, if it involve human, let's say children, we will go first whether it is minimal risk or more than minimal risk. Yeah, sometimes it's just an audit. Audit. For example, in HASA, we often do audit. We don't have to ask for ethics approval. Yeah. So in your, I don't know, in other settings,
for example, I daripada social science, business studies. Normally from marketing kita akan survey the consumer lah. So kita tanya perception dia, perception studies. So
sometimes if your faculty knows better whether it is risky or not. It is risky or not. Sometimes just audit. And also asking for consumer whether this product is good or not. Sometimes your faculty may know whether it is risky or not.
Oh, so it is up to the faculty punya committee. Alright, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any questions?
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Sir Dr. Salmi Razali, for the lecture. We kindly request Professor Salmi to remain on stage. We invite Dr. Amizon Azizan to present the token of appreciation to our speaker. Thank you, Dr. Amizun, and our deepest thanks to Professor Dr. Salmi. And with that, we have come to the conclusion of UiTM Research Ethics Symposium 2026. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to offer our sincerest apologies for any shortcomings or inconveniences throughout the event. Once again, we express its heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests and all our participants for your presence and for making the symposium a success. Ladies and gentlemen, please scan the QR code displayed on the screen to record your training hours and attendance for UiTM RES 2026. For those in the hall, please collect a lunch bag prepared for you in the conference room too. And thank you. That's all from us. We look forward to see you again in the future, inshallah. Conclude our session with wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The keynote will come out soon.
Tak, dia tengah buka.
Oh, yang kat depan situ eh? Oh, okay. Okay.